Hey guys, welcome to section 4. We're very excited because I know how much you're going to be learning in this section. What are we building, Mikey? What models?
Well, we're going to build a chess set. So we're actually going to build a series of models. So we're going to have multiple objects floating about here. We're going to have a chessboard itself and then all the associated pieces with the chessboard. And we're going to bring them all together in one big scene at the very end. We're going to apply textures. So this is the first time you guys are going to experience textures in the course. We've already covered materials in the last one, so we're going to add a texture to both our board and pieces.
And there's two ways we're going to make these textures. For the wood of the outside of the board, we can import an image from the outside, which is quite a common way of using textures, and then use that to give the grain to the wood. And then the marble in the middle on the board is going to be created by Blender. The texture will be procedurally created by Blender using its Blender Render material shader, which is pretty cool. So you'll see that. And then I'm going to be helping you to export your materials out to a different program and look at the impact when you have both shader settings and textures that you need to export. How does that get done? So that's it.
So without further ado, let's crack on and carry on making our chess set.
See you soon.
Hello and welcome to managing a larger project. So in this video we're going to learn how to manage a larger project. This is going to be consisting of multiple objects that we're all going to bring all together at the end. So it's useful to know how to do that. So we're going to learn how to store your files for quick recall and easy to find. And finally, this is just a suggested workflow. If you do have something that works for you, that's something that you've been going for years and we're just preaching to the converted at this point, then carry on with that. You don't have to adopt this new methodology, or it might be very similar to what you do already. So let's hop over to the operating system at this point and just manage our project. Hi guys, and welcome to my operating system. So I'm on a Mac here and I use Finder. If you're on a Windows system, you'll be using Windows Explorer to do a very similar job. I would suggest that you have a structure. I've got two chess set folders here, one for the videos and lectures that I'm doing for you guys, and one for the actual assets themselves, the pieces, the board, etc. So I've got my section here and here. Now I would suggest that you guys, if you haven't done already, do create yourself a project folder, and you don't have to call it Low-Poly Chess Set, you can simply call it Chess Set. Now this will help you lots later on as the course gets more and more complex. So it's a great habit, if you've not started already, to start managing your projects in this manner. Right guys, quick challenge for you. I'd like you to go and create a chess set project folder. So go and make a folder ready to store all of your chess set in as we go ahead and make it. Pause the video now, go off and do that, and I'll see you in a few seconds. Okay guys, welcome back. Thank you for going and creating that chess set project folder. Let's crack on and start making this chess set. Welcome to planning our project. So in this video, we're going to check out the design specs of a chessboard to make sure we get some decent reference material in there. We're going to design our chessboard using that information. And from that, we're going to decide on our working scale. So we've got our scale right across all of the pieces and the board, etc. And then finally, we're going to play about in Blender to get it feeling right. Okay guys, straight away a challenge for you. I'd like you to go and plan the project yourself, see how you get on with it. So go off and research chess sets, see if you can get a feeling there's some good information out there. Look for particularly the piece dimensions and size, that's going to be important. And then think about the set as a whole. It took me about 10-15 minutes to go through all the research materials and then just play about and think about the actual set as a whole. So pause the video now, go off and spend a couple of minutes doing the research and looking at the dimensions and sizes, and come up with your own strategy for this project. What size are the pieces going to be in Blender? What scale are you modeling to? Okay, pause the video now and I will see you in a few moments. Hello and welcome back. How did you get on? So first of all, let's look at the king's dimensions. So through the research, I've seen that the height of the king is about 9.5 centimeters. The king's base is somewhere between 40 and 50% of the height, and the diameter of the base will therefore calculated will be somewhere between 3.8 and 4.75 centimeters. The chessboard square dimension. Now there's a few sources out there, but I found out that the king's base is going to be approximately 75% of the square. The square is about 2 times the diameter of the pawn's base, and a square is typically somewhere between 5 and 6.5 centimeters across. So we can then calculate that a pawn's base is going to be somewhere between 2.5 and 3.25 centimeters. So taking all of that into account, what I've done is I've come up with these chosen dimensions, nice numbers there, and just to show you how they visually fit in my mind as well. So the chosen dimensions, we can see that the king's position and size is about 4.5 centimeters across, which is 75% of 6 centimeters, which is our chosen square size. Nice large numbers there. And going on the other side, I've decided that the pawn will be 3 centimeters, which also fits into our 6 centimeters, and also is a nice whole number there. And finally, the other's position and size, well, it's not going to be as large as the king or as small as the pawn, so I thought about 4 centimeters would be perfect for that. So there we go. We just need to hop into Blender now and just do a scale test to make sure that we're going to be working at the right scale in Blender itself. So in our wonderful default Blender file, I'm just going to delete our cube there. Right, we've got a 6 centimeter square, and there's going to be 8 of them. So I'm just looking at the scale of the board itself at the moment. So I'm just going to quickly create us a plane. It just has to be a flat plane there. Brilliant. And 6 times 8 is 48. So it's going to have a radius of half of that, which is 24. Let's see how that looks. Right, that's pretty big. I'm going to keep it like that for the moment because I do like the whole numbers. I don't really want to start dealing with decimals just at this moment, and we can always scale later on. Let's just save that. Save, and I'm going to save it as chessboard. Excellent. And I'm just going to add a tiny bit of detail to this, so please excuse me while I hop into edit mode, subdivide this a couple of times. So we've just got our grid there. Hop out of edit mode and save it. Brilliant. I'm now going to create another new Blender file. I could make it in here actually. Let's just make it in here. So in edit mode, I'm just going to find myself. There will do roughly. I think that will be on there. Yes, it is. Perfect. And just create a cylinder. I'm just going to represent our king. Let's do the largest piece on there. So it's going to have a radius. Since we're stuck to a centimeter being a Blender unit, that's nice and straightforward. It's 4.5, so 2.25 on the radius. So there we go there. And the height is going to be, so the depth here will be 9.5, which represents 9.5. And we can see it's gone around the axis there. So in the transform just up here, I'm going to set the Z height to be 4.75, I think. There we go. So we've got our... That's what it will look like roughly here. Now, I do like the fact that this is going to be a bit big. I'm not happy with it being massively larger than the stage there. It's still within our 100 Blender unit limit that we should stick to. But they are whole numbers, and that is quite important, especially when teaching you guys, because I tend to get numbers wrong occasionally, as the previous section showed. So we're going to stick to whole numbers here. I mean, I'd like it half the size of these. So you're in the 10th, but there's lots of points, noughts, 2.5s and all that going on. So I'm going to avoid that for the moment and build it at this scale. I'm happy that it's not going to be too big, and it will also be representative of what we're working with. So there we go. We've hopped into Blender and basically mocked up a chessboard really quickly just to see how things would sit on it. So there we go, and I will see you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome to Mesh Objects and Mesh Data. In this video we're going to start creating our chessboard itself. We're going to replace a cube mesh objects mesh data, and you'll see how that can be very useful later on, and we're going to demonstrate the grid mesh option too. So with that in mind, let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so here we are over in Blender. I'm just going to rejig my screen ever so slightly so we can see the outliner, because that's where I want to pay attention to first. We've got 3 objects in our scene, one of which is a mesh object, and we can see that with the icon against cube. Now if we click the little plus next to cube, we'll see that it's got some mesh data, and against that mesh data there is a material, and against that material there is potentially a texture as well. And these are all different types of data blocks in Blender, and we'll discuss that in much further detail later on in the course. But suffice to say, at the moment, we just need to concern ourselves with the fact that when we're in object mode, we're manipulating the objects themselves, and when we're in edit mode, we're editing the mesh data of that object. So in this particular case, I could go ahead and delete that mesh data, and then you'll have a mesh object called cube with mesh data that's completely void, it's got nothing in it, associated with that mesh object. Now, incidentally, if we are in edit mode of a mesh object, you can continue adding further meshes. So I can add a torus and put it over there. And notice that at the moment, I can select the individual vertices as well. I can add in an icosphere and pop it over there. And I can, let's just add in one more for the sake of it. There we go. We've got a normal UV sphere there. Now, as we're adding these things in, I will just add another one because I can't demonstrate what I want to demonstrate. As I'm adding them in, if we take a look at the operator panel down in the lower right, we will see that it does give us an opportunity to adjust the number of vertices for something, or whatever you happen to be making. The options will be there. Of course, as soon as I moved one of these, the operator panel disappeared. If I wanted to change the number of sides this has, this particular cylinder, I would have to go ahead and either delete it or manually modify it. And I'm not going to do that. This is just for an example. So now when we zoom out a little and come out of edit mode and back into object mode, we notice we've still got a mesh object called cube. Well, that's no good because it's in all sorted shapes. So I'm going to just call this shapes for the moment. Again, good with naming. Name things as you change them and keep them appropriate. Now, if we actually go down to the properties window itself, and again, I'm going to pull this out ever so slightly so we can focus on it a little more. You've got a load of different types of options that you can look at the properties for. Now, there are 2 in particular. There's the object properties, and then there's the data properties. And we've got the object properties, which is just the golden or orange cube there, and we can see its name shapes. I can edit the name there, and let's call it just shape, and you'll notice that the name changes in the hierarchy, in the outliner at the top as well. They are the same entity. And we've got other options like the object, the mesh object's location, rotation, and scale. So this is yet another place, as well as the end panel, the properties panel, that you can change these settings. As we see here, I'm now moving the object properties in the properties panel, and it's updating, but it also can be done down here as well. Now, the mesh data itself, we can see that if we go along just a couple, we get that triangle symbol again. If we click on that, we see the mesh data itself. Now, mesh data can be shared as well. So sometimes you will see extra numbers on the end of this name here. Obviously, we've got it called cube at the moment, so I can change that to shapes and be really detailed in my naming. And this shapes is all of the mesh information that's part of this mesh object. Now, you can't have more than one mesh data against one mesh object. At that point, you'd have another mesh object. Now, where does this all lead us to? I hear you cry. Well, at this point, we can take over that cube, as it were, in this case, shape. In fact, I'm going to name it straight away because I know what I'm going to do. This is going to be my chessboard. So let's add that in now. And the mesh data itself, and I can name it here as well as up here, is going to be the chessboard. I know that straight away. Now, whilst I'm in edit mode, I'm going to hit the A key. Once we'll deselect, and then once again we'll select everything. I'm going to hit the X key and delete everything that's in there. Now that I've done that, I can go ahead and add a grid. If we go up to the top here, we see grid, and we get a grid appearing. Now, I can't see what's going on at the moment, so I'll zoom in and let's just have a look at the options. So we've got a grid, and we're not going to touch anything else for the moment because we need to look in the operator panel. We've got X subdivisions and Y subdivisions. Well, in general, you will find that there is going to be one less than whatever these subdivisions are when we come to counting these. So if we go through and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there are 9 squares on the y-axis, yet it says 10. If we go down to 9, we get 8, and so forth and so forth. Okay, so now we've got essentially what would be the chessboard. I hear you ask, why do we need to do anything else? Because we can go through and just colour in the multiple squares. Well, that would be specific to this particular project. However, I'm going to envisage there being many more squares to colour in than just the, how many would there be? There's 64, 32. It wouldn't take too long to colour in 32 squares black so that we have our black and white squares. I don't want to do that. I want to use a combination of array modifiers and what we've got in front of us so that this is mimicking a much more complex project. So first of all, let's get this divided up as we want. So I'm going to go right down to 2 subdivisions, which is the lowest you can go. And also, thinking about how we've decided to scale our entire project, I'm going to set the radius here as 6, and that should zoom all the way out. Now, let's have a look. We should be able to select 4 individual faces if we've got some subdivisions. Nope, that needs to be up to 3. There we go. So we've now got our 4 faces that we can repeat again and again and again using an array modifier. So there we go, the basic grid is all made up now. In edit mode, I can go to face select and select the individual faces there. And this is the basis that we can now build up a checkered board of any size. The fact that we're going for a chessboard, of course, is neither here nor there. And of course, this leads us up to a nice challenge.
I'd like you to finish the board. So first of all, create a white material and a black material and apply those materials to the board. Then go ahead to use 2 array modifiers. You can do them together or individually to create the rest of the board. Now apply those modifiers as you go, or indeed you can apply them all at the end. That's up to you. Finally, don't worry about the board not being centered. We're going to be dealing with that in the next lecture. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop over into Blender. So we have our 2x2 grid here. Let's go ahead and create our 2 materials first of all. So I'm going to go over to this properties panel over here and go to the material type. So I'm going to create our first material. In fact, there's already one here. So I'm going to call this white square. Excellent. And just make sure down here it is set to bright white as it can possibly be. Now I'm going to go to face select mode and select these 2 other faces here and create another material. And you've guessed it, we're going to call it black square. Now that we've got those 2 made, and I've also got to change I'm going to assign the material and then change the diffuse color here. I'm going to ramp it all the way down to complete black. Excellent. So those are our materials made, and in fact that's our object sorted. So I'm going to hop back into object mode because we're going to apply a modifier. So we've got our starting grid going. So we're going to have to create one modifier first of all, and it's going to be a repeat 4 times. So we're going to create an array modifier, and we can have them next to each other, so a relative offset and 4. So there we go, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's great. And I'm going to copy the modifier, and of course it's going to apply 4 of those as well, and we don't want that. In this case, we want a relative offset the other direction, so in Y by 1, and we can keep it to 4 as well. There we go. That's our grid up really quickly. Now the great thing about using this array modifier, and we can see there are 2 here, array 1 and array 2, or array and array 0.001, and
because it's an array, when we go back to our original mesh and change anything, it will propagate across our entire board, so we wouldn't have to modify all these squares individually. Very, very powerful. Right, so the final thing to do here is just apply our array modifiers. So I'm going to apply that one, and finally apply this one. So now we've changed our mesh about. That's great, so we've made our chessboard. How did you guys get on? Please share in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to Recentering Your Objects. In this video, we'll show you how to center your model in the view and learn how to control an object's origin. Let's hop straight on over into Blender. So here we are in Blender, and we're going to deal with two things here. First of all, I'll show you the origin. That origin is the orange circle right at the middle here, and we can move that about to our heart's content. It also acts on several things later on in Blender, so it's important to understand its placement is critical when doing certain things. So first of all, let's zoom back out and look at our chessboard, and a very good way of doing this is to simply press Shift and the letter C. That will center our view around the model that we have selected. So there we go, brilliant. Now let's go about exploring this origin. Now on the tool shelf, you may have already spotted Set Origin. If we click on that, it gives us a couple of options. So one is to move the geometry to that origin. So it will center the geometry, that is our chessboard, that square in front of us, or checkerboard in front of us. It will move the geometry all the way across and center the geometry around the origin. The next one down is exactly the opposite. So the selection will stay absolutely fine, the geometry there, and it will move the origin to the center of our chessboard. Now, origin to 3D cursor, we can move the 3D cursor around. You've seen that before. And if we move the origin to 3D cursor, you can see that the orange blob has moved to the 3D cursor. Finally, origin to center of mass. Now, because this board is equal all the way around, then origin to center of mass does exactly the same in this case as origin to geometry. But for instance, in our pin in the last exercise, because it was larger on the bottom than it was on the top, it does a calculation. You'll find that the origin will be slightly lower because it's got more volume down the bottom of that pin than it has bang in the middle. The origin to geometry would have put that smack bang in the middle of the pin, vertically and horizontally. So I've got a challenge for you now. I would like you to move the board's origin and its placement. So set the board's origin to the center of the board and make sure the board is centered in our scene. Pause the video now and go and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's give that a go. Right, so here we are in Blender, and I've moved the origin, or the origin happened to have moved all the way over here, far from any logical place. So we need to do a couple of things here. First of all, we can set our origin to the geometry. So geometry to origin or origin to geometry. Since that's already flattened on the XY plane, we will do that. So origin to geometry, and let's place it smack bang in the middle of our board. Secondly, we want this whole board centered around the worlds where X, Y, and Z equals 0. So those two are there. So a couple of ways of doing that. Since we can move the origin to this 3D cursor, we can also move the object to the 3D cursor. But first of all, we need this 3D cursor smack bang in the middle. There are a couple of ways of doing that, but a very quick one is the Shift and S. And we can see there's a snap. So we can snap the selection, that's currently the selected object, the chessboard, to a grid. We don't want to do that. So selection to cursor. Well, that would move the whole selection to the cursor as it is. So we'll need to do that in a moment, but not now because the cursor is in the wrong place. And that's an offset to the one above. So finally, cursor to selected, well, that would move the cursor to the center of the geometry here. Let's bring back up that menu. Cursor to center. Now that's the one that we want. That will snap the cursor right to the center of our world. So if we click on that, we can see the cursor's moved all the way over there. So now that we have the 3D cursor in the right position, the next thing to do is move this board 2 there as well. So after we've moved the 3D cursor there, we can simply go Shift and S again, and we can move the selection to the cursor. So what we have selected is currently the board, and if we go Selection to Cursor, we'll find the board will snap across. Brilliant. A couple of other places you can find that option is under the Object menu under Snap. We've got all of those options there for you. Okay, brilliant. I'm going to center around our model again, and there we go. Let's move on to the next lecture. Welcome to creating a standard asset. In this video, we're going to choose a style of chess set. Then we're going to decide on a construction method, and then start creating our asset. So, I'm going to pick a standard competition chess set, which is I believe it's pronounced Staunton chess set. And this photo is taken from Wikipedia, the author down below there, Frank A. Karamata. Thank you for taking this wonderful photo for us. So, we're going to use this as... Well, I'm going to use this as my base. You can use a different type of chess set if you like. Bear in mind, this is still going to be a low poly chess set. We're not going to go over the top with detail at this level in the course. Right, our construction method. We're going to split our models into 2. So we're going to make a standard base asset that we can work from for all of the other models. If we just go back quickly to this image, you can see that the bases across all of the models are very similar. Some of them are slightly taller before they reach that little bump around the top where the neck comes out. Some of them are a little more squat, but essentially they're the same basic mesh, and that's what we're going to create. Okay, so a challenge for you straight away. I'd like you to import a reference image. So create a new Blender file named chess piece base, because that's what we're going to be working on. I'd like you to go ahead and, if you haven't done already, please download your asset pack and import the stauntonpawn.png as your background image. I do suggest you use a cylinder of the right size for reference, so that will have since the base of the pawn is going to be 3 across, it'll have a radius of 1.5, little hint for you there. And finally, leave the cylinder in the scene, as we're going to use that for block modeling later. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop straight on over into Blender. So here we are in Blender. I'm immediately going to get rid of our cube. I don't need that in the scene. And I'm going to add a mesh object that is a cylinder. And in the operator panel, before I do anything else, I'm going to set the radius to 1.5. Once the radius is set to 1.5, there are a couple of other design decisions that I can make, like the number of vertices, etc. Now, at the moment in time, I think that's going to be plenty big enough for the base of our pawn that we're about to do. So, let's now import our image. I'm going to go into our properties panel on the 3D editor, scroll all the way down to background images, and add an image. I would suggest that you now go to your assets pack. If you've not already downloaded it, please go and download it. Otherwise, you won't be able to complete this task. And then grab your Staunton pawn. There we go. So we've got that there. Open the image. And of course, we won't see it unless we're in orthographic projection and looking from one of the side views. Excellent. So we've got our image in the scene and we've got our reference cylinder here. So we're going to have to do a couple of things to this image. And first one's going to be scaling it down. So I'm just going to zoom in so I can see what's going on. Ooh, all the way there. Okay. That's about right. Now I want the image on the base where x and y equals 0. Okay, so we'll just need to shift this pawn upwards a little, this reference pawn, and let's lift it up. Let's lift this up as well by 1. So could have done that in a number of ways. I'm just going to translate it by 1 there. And I'm going to change to wireframe mode so I can just see our image behind, because otherwise I can't see the image. It's as simple as that. Or I could put it in front, of course, that would help. And change the opacity, just turn it down a lot really, so I can just see where it is. Now I've cropped these images for you so they're nice and easy to look at. just turn the opacity up a little bit more. Yeah, that's pretty much on the base, so I'm happy with that. And the final thing that I'm going to do here is just zoom in a little, and I'm going to grab this top and lower it to this little ridge here. That's really for me where this base ends. So I'm just going to rotate around a little and grab this top edge loop here. So I'm going to switch into edit mode and select that edge loop around the top. I'm going to flick straight back around so I can see what we're doing. I'm just going to use the blue arrow here and lower it to the right level. So there we go, we've got a cylinder. We haven't modelled anything yet, apart from the general shape. We've got a cylinder aligned to our reference image, and we're ready for the next lecture. But before we move on, let's just make sure that we've named our asset correctly. So let's scroll down. It's not called a cylinder anymore. We'll call this chess piece base. Why not? That sounds good to me. And then finally, we will go ahead and save our Blender file. So we will call this one, let's go into my project folder and call it chess piece base. I suggest you do the same now and make sure it is saved to your project folder. Brilliant. Please share what you've done in the discussions, and I will see you shortly. Using the bevel tool. In this video, we're going to box model the chess piece base and then using the bevel tool to round off our sharp edges. So let's hop over into Blender. So here we are in Blender. So let's start working on our shape here. So before, when we've had a curvy shape like this, we've used Bezier curves, but I fancy doing this with box modeling. So we've got the top here and the bottom, that's absolutely fine, but we're going to have to put in some loop cuts in order to make this work properly. So let's go ahead and do that now. Control and R. There we go, we've got a loop, and then I'm just using the scroll wheel here to add our level of detail. Now, I'm guessing it's going to need to be about, this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this one here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is perfect. Then once we position them, I'll position the first one here. Now I'm going to be I'm going to leave this flat right at the very bottom so that all the pieces have a really nice flat bottom. And now we can select the loop edges that run around, and we can just make sure by disappearing from that view that we've selected the loop edge all around. And just go back to our front view so we can model it. And first of all, I'm just going to move some of these edges into a more appropriate place. So that one's fine. Let's select that one and move it up slightly. Let's go and select this one and move it up so it's in the middle of there. So we're moving these edge loops so they're in line with our reference material there. And then we're going to grab these edge loops and scale them accordingly. So in the 3D realm, obviously we're looking from this front on, but on the 3D we'll be shrinking and pulling that in and out. So this one here we can lift up much higher, and then this one here is going to be right on the edge where that little lump is around here. So that's fine as far as that goes, but this still is just a cylinder at the moment. So let's go ahead. I'm going to go to solid mode here and just make our background image a little bit dimmer so we can work to it. Right, so let's grab this one here and scale it just inwards until it's roughly in the right place. Perfect. And let's do the same to this one here. Let's scale that inwards. Grab this one and scale. Oh, let's make sure we grab the whole edge loop and scale that inwards. So see what I'm doing here? I'm just modeling our, whoop, can't see my keyboard, careful which keys you press, that one there. And then finally this top edge loop here, I can scale that all the way in to an appropriate place. So I've got a rough outline of our model there. So we're going to want to now smooth out these edges, and you can do that using the bevel tool. So we'll start down at the bottom edge here. So select the edge you want to apply a bevel to. And then the shortcut keys for it are Control and B. That's a nice, easy one to remember for bevel, B for bevel. And as you move the cursor further away, we start to add that beveled edge in, and you can use the scroll wheel to increase the detail level in that bevel. You can, of course, go too far and force your model to look very odd. There may be an application for that, but I can't think of one at the moment. And of course, the more detail you put in there, you can start getting silly. That's the amount of segments that's going to make up. Because we're working on a low poly, probably 3 or 4, something like that. And then we can just left click to apply that. And in the menu system, because we've selected an edge there, let's go have a look at the mesh, edges. Okay, and there we go. Bevel's at the bottom for me, depending on your resolution, but it looks like it's about in the middle. So there we go. Bevel is also in the menu selection there, and we can see the shortcut Control and B. And finally, we've introduced it a couple of times, but you can just press the space bar and then type in what you're looking for. And there we go, bevel. So very powerful, very quick way of finding things in Blender if you know what they're called. So remember that spacebar, and then you start typing the command you're looking for. Okay, so there's one final thing to go over with the bevel tool, and that's when you can bevel an individual vertex. So let's go ahead and open up a default cube, because I don't think there's anywhere on this pawn that we can use that on. Okay, so now we're on a default cube. Let's go ahead and go into edit mode and select, let's say, this edge here. Now, of course, the edge is made up of 2 vertices, one at either end. Now, if I go ahead and use Control and B to bevel, we will get what we usually get. And then if we go into the operator panel in the lower left, we can see we've got some options, so we can change the amount of the bevel, the segments, etc. Or we could have changed those with the scroll wheel as we were creating it. Now, one of the options there is vertex only, and if we select that, you can see that the vertices themselves are now being beveled rather than the edge, and that can come in use depending on what you're modelling. I don't think there's going to be a use for it in the chess set, but do prove me wrong and make yourselves some beveled vertices in there if you wanted to. But what we can do here is also use a shortcut key, so we don't have to go down and check this box every time. So I'm going to undo the bevel that I've just done and go to Vertex Select. I'm going to select this individual vertex here in the corner and hold down Control, Shift and B. So it's not just Control B, it's Control Shift and B, and then we can bevel that edge there. And of course, with the scroll wheel, we can add more segments if we wanted to smooth that out. And there we go, we've beveled a corner, we've cut a slice through our cube. Now, of course, this has got many uses. In the chess set, might not be, but I'm sure you'll find lots of uses in your own work as well. And if you do use it to create something funky, of course, share it with us all. So, now it's challenge time. I'd like you to finish the base. So, using the bevel tool to round off our sharp edges that are left, finish off the detail to the base if you feel it needs more. I think it does towards the top as it just bulges out slightly towards the neck of those pieces. And then, of course, use your artistic license. Go wild if you want to. Try and be a little bit sensible because these are official chess pieces. And then finally, remember to save your file. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay, guys, welcome back. Let's hop back over into Blender. Okay, so I'm going to start with this big bulgy bit here and try and smooth that out a little. So let's select the edge here or edge loop and add ourselves another bevel. Now that's good what it's done there. Because it's a pointy edge, it's beveling on both sides for us. I'm liking that. I'm going to move out and have a look at how it is. In fact, I'm going to hop into object mode and let's pull this down a little and set the shading in the tools menu over here to smooth, just so I get a better impression of how it looks. I do want that to move in a bit further there, so I'm going to go straight back into edit mode, grab this edge loop here and simply scale it in. Let's hop back into object mode and see how that looks. That's to me is much better, but this whole section here does now need lifting up, I feel, just a little. And we can play with this to our heart's content. So in this case, I think I made a bit of a mistake there. I should have brought that in first before making that beveled edge, because it's made it look a bit weird. Fortunately, I've got enough undos to go back and do that now. So I'm going to go to here and grab the edge loop, scale it in. That's great. And in fact, I could even add a tiny bit of a bevel inside there. Not much, but just enough to round it off as we go around. This one here, I'm going to use my artistic license to lift it up just a little, so it's a bit more equidistant here. Apply another bevel on this edge, and let's round it out. Probably only that many is necessary around there. Let's flip round back to the front again. Nope. Need the cursor on the 3D view to do that. And yes, I think we can scale that out because it's all selected. You can grab it and straight away scale it out. Just push it out ever so slightly. Brilliant. So I'm happy with those bits there. So it's just this bit towards the top. So let's just bring the opacity up. You can see on this image that there's kind of like another bulge ring that runs around here until it goes into the neck. So I'm just going to use a couple of the tools we've done already in order to do that. So first of all, I feel like I probably need to inset this top face just a little. So I'm going to select the face and inset it ever so slightly, not by much. And there we go. And we're going to need a couple bits more of detail around here because it kind of bulges out. So we're going to go back into edit mode and edge mode, and put in an edge loop or two around here. And we'll simply, once I've placed those about there, I think, we can hop into face select, and I'm going to select this face ring going round and scale that out ever so slightly. I think that's going to have our, well, the desired result I'm going for. Let's just have a look here and see. That's a bit of a sharp edge there. I can pull that down to rectify that. So let's hop back into edit mode. So moving backwards and forwards between them and checking your model out is a great way of making sure that your model is exactly how you look. Hop in and out and in and out. I'm just going to set that back to smooth shading. In fact, I think that comes out a bit too far. I don't want it quite that large. So again, back in ever so slightly. We've got the hump there. I do feel like that needs to come down ever so slightly. So I'll select this top one here and pull that down as well. So we've got this lump coming up. And I'm going to pull that one down. And you can do this and tweak it to your heart's content. But I think I'm going to leave it there, as I believe I've reached my 80-20 principle going on there. So I'm happy with that as my standard base that we're going to use across all of our models now. And remember, at the end, we do need to save it. So we've saved our chess piece base. Brilliant. I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to appending or duplicating. So in this video, we're going to learn when you would duplicate an asset model and choose when appending would be better. So duplicating versus appending. So when you append another blend file into a brand new blend file or another one that you're working on, appending picks out key parts of a blend file. So you can pick the object, the materials, the textures, any other of the scene information, but you bring them in one by one. So other scene data would have to be appended separately. Now with duplicating, as the word suggests, would be exactly the same as the original file, with everything intact. It's essentially the same starting file both times. So there are times when you would duplicate and there are times when you would append, depending on your circumstances. Certainly after you're dealing with more than, we're only at a very basic level at the moment, if you're dealing with more than two separate objects, separate blend files, and you're moving them all into one scene, then you're certainly going to need to append at that point. You can't just keep duplicating because that's it, you've got the original scene again. Okay, so I'd like you to create the rest of the pawn. So duplicate the base piece blend file. So we're not going to append it, and the reason why we're going to duplicate is so we preserve that background image that we've put in place so that later on, in a few moments we can create the rest of the pawn against that material. So make sure you're working on the new blend file that you've created, so you'll want to name it straight away. And recommend a sphere for the top of the pawn rather than doing it any other way. Finally, complete that pawn and share it with us in the discussions. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop straight on over into Blender. So here we are in Blender, and I am going to go and open up the chess base that we've been working on. There we go, brilliant. So I'm going to duplicate this file rather than append it. And the main reason for that, more than anything else, is our reference material is already placed in this scene. So if we move round to the front and pop it into orthographic projection, there we go, and turn up the opacity of our image. Almost lost it there. Then we can see our pawn is ready there for us. Now, if we were to append it into a new piece, we'd also have to append this background image and adjust it again to fit our current base. And we certainly don't want to do that at the moment since it's already there. So I'm going to go to File and Save As. And I'm just going to call this Chess and then change it to Pawn. There we go. So save as blend file, and I'm just going to check at the top, chess pawn. Brilliant. So we're working on a brand new file now. So the first thing I'm going to do is grab the very top of this and simply extrude it up. So hopping into edit mode, I'm going to grab that surface face at the top there, pop straight background here, and raise it all the way up to there. Brilliant. I'm just going to add some loop cuts in. I'm not quite sure how many I want. There's a nice curve there. Going to need a few towards the top. That'll do for the moment. I can work on the rest. So that will slope down to about there. Then it comes in, and there's a lot of detail here. So I'm going to select the loop edge there and bring this up. And I'm going to bring this other one up really close as well, just so I can add more detail there. We may need to adjust things as we go anyway. And finally, I'm just going to lift this one, select that loop there, edge loop there, move it up to roughly the middle of this and just scale it into roughly the right place. I'm going to zoom into our model and pan up. I'm going to move this one and this one at the same time inwards. So remember to hold down Shift when you're selecting multiple of anything. Just going to scale them both in to roughly the right place. I'm going to grab this edge loop here, move it down slightly. Just trying to match up the photo best I can and move that bit out. And that's absolutely fine. I just need to scale this top one in a little. In fact, I want a little resting place for where the sphere will meet. So I'm not going to scale it in to an absolute point, but I'm going to scale it in quite a bit, probably to there. Now this is obviously quite jagged, so there's a couple of options we can do in there. I'm going to add a bevel in here just to smooth it out a little bit. So it's going to be about that much of a bevel, and there we go. So that produces a nice smooth curve around there. Now this one is very pointy, and we may have to play with it quite a bit to get it how we want it. I certainly want one line through the middle, whatever happens. And I can't really go any further than that, so I think I'm going to have to add in some extra geometry before we do this. So let's add in another loop cut up here. And scale that out slightly. And add another loop cut underneath and scale that out as well. So then it's not quite so blocky. And I'm just going to lift this up for no other reasons than ease of use. So I'm going to plop that pretty much in the middle. And then I'm going to select all of these edge loops, there and there, and apply a bevel to that as well. Not much, but just enough to smooth that out. And of course, what I haven't been doing is hopping quickly on over into object mode. Just going to turn, I don't need to turn that off, just to see how that's looking. I'm actually quite happy with how that's looking at the moment. So we just need to concentrate on the sphere that goes on top. So let's move quickly round into front view again, and we're going to create a sphere. Now I'm going to create it as a separate object. Now that's important because that will allow us to mate these two surfaces together. If they're all one mesh, that can be quite difficult. So I'm going to go Shift A, add a mesh, and add a UV sphere. I'm going to move that up and place it roughly on there. And I'm going to have to scale that down. I'm literally using the image as pure reference material here to get the sizes as close as I care to make them. Now, there's obviously a difference here. So what we're going to do at this point is go and I'm going to hide the image by just rotating away slightly. And this might be a little fiddly, but I'm going to turn on the snap and face. And I'm simply going to move our sphere down on top of this face. So I'm going to hit the G key and press Z to lock it on the Z axis and literally just move it down level with that face, and you can see it snapping straight in, and flipping round I can see that's touching perfectly. So one final thing that I do want to do to make this thing just a little neater is I'm going to now turn off our reference material. In fact, I could delete it. I'll probably just turn it off. So we've got this point here. Nothing in real life would ever exist like that. It can't possibly just come to an infinitely small point. So I'm going to hop into edit mode on our sphere, grab this edge loop that runs around the bottom of our sphere and literally lower that down so it snaps onto the face as well. So we're still on the snapping tool here, which is great. We don't need to turn it off. I'm literally going to press G because we're moving that set, and I'm going to press Z because I don't only want it to move up and down. I'm simply going to lower that onto this face, and there we go. Snap straight away. So then when we view it from the side, we can see there's a good contact point. Now I'm going to go straight back to this bit here, and I'm just going to move this top bit in. So I'm going to go into edit mode because I do want it to match, and I'm going to select this top edge loop in edge select, and I'm not going to do to face. I'm going to try and do to vertex and see if we can match one of these ones coming in. So I'm just going to scale it in, see if we can snap that edge. So it's a nice smooth curve going in, and I'm just going to add another edge loop here and scale it out so it's just not quite as slanted going in. Right, I like that lots. There's a slight difference here. We are still dealing with two models. So the first thing I'm going to do is combine these together. So I'm going to hop into object mode, and then I'm going to make sure I've got both selected. And I'm going to go down to object and join, or control and J. I'd forgotten what the shortcut was. Good job, I knew where the menu option was. So we're dealing with objects, and we're going to join them together, and that makes them one mesh. And of course, they're called sphere, which is no good anymore. So I'm simply going to call it pawn because I'm happy with that. And as we can see here, this one hasn't got the smooth shading applied to it yet. So over, making sure you're in object mode, over in the tool shelf, I'm simply going to click on smooth shading, so it's just a bit easier on the eye as I go around. Excellent. So we've got our basic pawn piece complete. Excellent. How did you guys do? Please share your results in the discussions. Brilliant. Well done for getting this far. And I shall see you in the next lecture. Welcome to Bridging Edge Loops. So in this video, we're going to be learning the power of bridging edge loops. And then, oops, our pawn is lovely, but has too many polygons. So just going back to our pawn being lovely, but has too many polygons, taking the lean principle, I pass my pawn straight on to Ben so he can include it in a chess thing he's working on. He says, oh, Mike, that's great, but I want it low poly in style, not just in the polygon count itself. So we're going to have to bring down our polygon count of our pawn, and a great way of doing that is with bridging edge loops. So without further ado, let's hop straight on over into Blender. So the first thing I'm going to do here is just make our screen space a bit bigger. I've noticed that despite working with a tiny space, I'm making it even smaller for myself. We don't need the timeline along the bottom, so I'm just going to drag that down and out the way. And I'm just going to get rid of the tool shelf and properties pane, so we've got our pawn nice and big in the scene here on the screen. So this is a lovely pawn, but Ben wants it lower poly. Now, I've already saved us the pain of going through trying to decimate it. So we could use the decimate modifier in here, and it doesn't matter which one you do. Eventually you get round, and I actually want the tool shelf at this point, just to put flat shading on so we can see what's happening to the underlying geometry here. You can see quite clearly that either one of these that you pick, I mean, unsubdivide at least try and keeps the overall thing. And yes, we do get kind of low poly, but the base starts becoming a bit weird in places when we get down to a much lower level. And I didn't like any of that's kind of cool. Did kind of like that, but at the same time, it's not going to be in keeping with any of the rest of our pieces. So one of the best things we can do is bridging edge loops. So the first thing we need to do is hop on over into edit mode. So I'm just going to undo that modifier that I've got going there. So the way that this works is we can select a series of edge loops. So let's do that now. I'm going to basically, if we look at this one here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 edge loops, 7 in total, but we're going to leave the top and bottom ones because we need them, and simply select those 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's using Alt and holding down Shift to add them. Right, and we simply go X and delete all of the vertices associated with those edge loops. So it's nice and clean. Nothing at the top and nothing at the bottom, which is great. So now we have a slight problem. Well, it looks like I selected an additional edge loop. Oh, that one was already selected on our model. Be careful about that. So let's just go in and reselect those 5. So when I hopped into edit mode, that was actually the last edge that was there. So X to delete and vertices. Brilliant. So we've got this great big hole in our model. Now, I can't remember how many segments there were here, but I think it's about 32. But there will be 32 vertices running around that circle and 32 running around this one, which simply means that we can hold down Alt and select that edge loop. Do the same with this top one, so holding down Shift at the same time, so we select them both. Then under the Mesh menu, Edges and Bridging Edge Loops, it will do that for us. Now, the great thing about this, and this is really cool, so if we go down to this next section here and go, well, I don't want those 2 there, and just get rid of those. Now, this is going to leave some holes in our model, but bear with me. I don't want that one, so I'm literally picking kind of control points, I suppose. I do want this edge here, and I do want the one underneath it, so I'm just going to delete that one off. Now let's move a bit further down on our model and zoom in. I want to keep that one, but I don't want those, so I'll get rid of those and to that point there. So I want to keep that, so we'll get rid of those as well. And then finally, I won't go any further than that. I think you get the point here. Now if I select the edge loops that are remaining, so those 4 there, and then go Mesh, Edges, Bridge edge loops, you'll see that it automatically bridges all of those loops. So I don't have to do them individually. Now, arguably, looking at that, I could almost get rid of that, but I think we need that to get the shape right. It's challenge time. Okay, I'd like you to lower the base polygon count. So open up the base blend file and save it as a new file, base low polygon, base LP, something along those lines. Make sure you are working on the new blend file before you continue. And cut down the amount of geometry all the way down to around 100 triangles. That should get you a decent low poly base. Now, keeping the circular shape, I'd like you to make sure that the circle overlooking from the top has 8 edges. So it's essentially an octagon around its base. Okay, pause the video now and go and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so we have our chess piece base open here. Now the first thing I'm going to do is just clean up my interface a little around the edges here and just get rid of the tool shelf and properties just so I can see my base a little better. Okay, so we need to decide which set of edge loops we're removing. Well, first of all, I'm going to go into top view, You don't have to go into top view, it's just easier to work with. And I want 8 of these, and I do want them to line up with the XZ axis, otherwise it can be a wee bit confusing. So I want to keep that one, and 1, 2, 3, yeah. So I want to delete every third edge loop. So I'm going to go 1, hold down Shift, and select those 3, miss 1 and select another 3, and I'm simply going to repeat that around our entire object. Now this is a little tiresome. You may think, oh, I could just go and recreate it. But depending on the size of the model that you're working with, that could also be a very gigantic task. And at least now we've got all the proportions right and everything else. So I'm going to press X now, and I'm going to delete vertices. Now at this point in time, we just need to recreate it now using those. So I'm going to select everything by pressing the A key, and then finally go to Mesh, Edges, and Bridge Edge Loops. There's another really quick way of doing this. We've covered it before, and since we're going to be doing bridge edge loops several times in a row, when we press space, if you start searching for bridge edge loops, there we go, and I can just press enter at that point, and we can see that it leaves a gap. So I'm just going to select that final edge loop there, and this one here. Oh, and select the right one. That one there, and that one there. Brilliant. And this time I can just hit space again to bring up this search and press enter straight away. Really powerful being able to do that, especially if you're doing a lot of repetitive tasks. Okay, so the final set of edge loops, that is 8, yep. The final set of edge loops is just to make sure this isn't quite so curvy. And usually the best way of doing that is, if we look sort of a profile running down here, is to remove the ones in between the points of inflection. So that would be this edge loop round the top, not the very top one, but that one there. Then it's got a point here. Then these two can go, leaving that one. These two can go here, leaving that one. Oh, I'm not holding down Shift for anybody watching. That was a bit silly of me. There we go. Those are selected. And I want to keep that one. And these can go. Now, it's a bit... I don't know which one of these to keep. I'm going to keep this very bottom one, I think. And then this. And I'm going to keep that coming out. So we've got a defined it coming back out here. Then get rid of these 3, but keeping an edge along the bottom. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. I'm going to press the X key and delete the vertices. Okay, and final thing to do is I'm going to select everything and go Mesh, Edges, and Bridge Edge Loops. So of course, you could have used the space bar again and just press Enter. Now that's looking pretty good, but I am actually going to just make sure a couple of things are working. I'm going to fill in this top using the edge loop around the top and pressing F. I'm going to scroll down to the, well, not scroll, rotate around to the bottom and select this bottom one and do exactly the same there. Fill in that face. Now, the final thing I do want to do, because we've been playing about with the geometry here, is just make sure there are no doubles. So I'm going to open up the tool shelf, select everything, making sure I'm still in edit mode, scrolling down and remove doubles. There's nothing there. And I'm also just going to make sure the normals are correct. In that case, I'm going to use Control and N, if you remember from earlier. That just makes sure they're outward facing for us. That's brilliant. The final thing that I could have done to begin with, but I decided to do at the end, was go to File and Save As, and I'm going to call mine LP Chess Piece Base. Save as a Blender file, that's great. Let's just have a look at our details we have here. So vertices, we've got 56 edges, faces there, and triangles, those are our polygon counts. Often a lot of these just get divided up into triangles anyway, is 108. So that's perfect, that's met our specification. How did you guys get on? Please share in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Hi guys, we're going to finish off our geometry for our pawn, so I'd like you to create the low poly pawn. So open up the new low poly base piece that we've just made. Make sure you save that as low poly pawn, for instance, and then make sure you're working on that new blend file before you start altering any geometry. Finally, be mindful when you've done this to keep the top sphere to 8 segments, and then it will match up easily with the rest of our model. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop straight on over into Blender. So back in Blender, we've got our base here. The first thing I'm going to do is File, Save As, and call this LP Pawn, I think. I'm happy with that name. So we can start working to it straight away. So let's nip on the properties panel, make sure that the background image is turned on. We can see that there. Brilliant. So we just need to move around into the front view. We should be able to see our image. We can't see our image. Why not? So it's not hidden here. The axis is all views. We've got the picture there. The opacity is turned all the way down. So there we go. Easy to forget that you've turned the opacity down. Well, it's certainly easy for me to forget anyway. So let's grab this top face here whilst we're in edit mode, which we are, and we can extrude that up. So I'm going to hop straight back round to the front view. And let's move this up to the right level. I'm going to pop one line there and then one line at the top there. Brilliant. So we've got that bit sorted. We just need to grab this edge loop around here and scale it outwards. Ooh, not inwards, but outwards. Grabbing this edge loop underneath it, I'm going to scale that one in. So that's roughly right. And then finally this top edge loop as well will be scaled in as well. So that's fine there. And as we did before, we need to pick a certain segment size for our sphere. So I'm going to hop out into object mode so I can create our sphere as a separate mesh object. I'm going to go for a UV sphere. I'm happy with a UV sphere. I'm going to drag it up. We can see straight away that's too many sections. If anything, it'd be really nice if it could line up roughly with our 8 here. So let's recreate a UV sphere. So mesh, UV sphere. So segments, well, we only want 8. But 8 by 16 is going to look a little silly, as we can see there. Let's just try 8 by 8 and see how that looks. That looks okay, actually. Can we go any lower with the rings? We don't need them higher. Perhaps 8 and 4. I think we can get away with that. That's quite a nice low poly scale there. And we'll deal with the size in a moment. So now we've got the right size here. We can just pull it up so it's roughly in the middle. Not the right size, definitely. And then pull it in a little as well. And the geometry itself should match up relatively well. I've done quite a good job there of bringing it together, actually. That was complete accident. That was not deliberate at all. Well, there we go. That's brilliant. I'm really happy with that, actually. So the final thing, of course, is to merge these into one mesh object, and we can use Control and J for doing that to join those two together. And there we go. So let's have a quick look around our piece. And let's flip it round to the front view to just see how it appears against that. Well, yes, actually, I agree with the fact that that sphere is probably still a little big. So I was kind of lucky and kind of not at the same time. So I'm going to, fortunately, I've got enough undos. We haven't done much since then, so the two are separate. I'm just going to zoom in so I'm on the right sort of ballpark with that. I'm pretty happy we've set the origin in the middle there. But I'm going to have to scale that down a little bit further, probably there. And I don't think I'm going to be that lucky lining this lot up this time. Although, because we've got the 8 and 8, they actually line up perfectly. So it wasn't me being lucky, it was just how we've made our model. Brilliant. So there we go, that's much better. Let's zoom back out. I'm going to flip it into perspective mode as well, just to check it out in that view. And yeah, I'm happy with the proportions there. So let's join it again. Excellent. I'm really happy with that low poly pawn. And I'd like you guys to share yours in the discussions. So take a screenshot and pop that in there so I can see how you are getting on. Take care, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to Where to Keep Materials in Blender. So in this video, we're going to decide how we can manage our materials. We'll be creating materials in one blend file, not multiple, but just one file, and then learning that each project will have a different way of handling materials depending on the project's size and scope. So materials in our project, if we think about it, we've got 32 pieces in total, black and white, 16 of each. We've got a board that has black and white squares, and finally a wooden surround finally. So we've got 5 materials in our project. So what we're going to do is we're going to assign materials in a chess scene blend file, where we've already assigned a material to the board. That's absolutely fine. That will be brought into our chess scene anyway, and we can work on it from there. So it's challenge time for you guys. I'd like you to create a chess scene. There's not going to be much in it, but it's just to get across what we've learned so far. So we're going to create a new blend file. We're going to append the chessboard and the pawn into one scene. And this will give us a great feedback as to how our pawn is now looking in the scene itself. Finally, after you've created this new blend file, what I'd like you to do is go to your project folder on your computer and archive the chessboard, the original one, and the pawn blend files on your computer. Because we brought it in, we're now going to be editing it in this file only. So we don't want any confusion later on. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop over into Blender. So let's open up a new blend file. So new, reload startup file, that's absolutely fine. I'm going to get rid of this cube straight away. I'm going to go to File, Append, find my project folder, and I'm going to bring in the pawn. Oh, too far. Object, chess piece base. I didn't name it, so I can rename it in a moment when it enters our scene. That's fine. Let's go to the outliner now and make sure that's named correctly from henceforth. I'm going to call this primary white pawn. And the reason for that is there will be a primary black one later on as well. So that's the pawn into our scene, and we need to append the chessboard now. So let's go across into our assets folder, and there we have chessboard, object, chessboard. It's named correctly, which is great. Append from library, that's great. So the final thing we'll want to do here is just remove this grid. We've already got our own stage, which is the chessboard itself, so we don't need this grid anymore here. So I'm going to open up the properties pane, and as we scroll down, there's our display. Now on this display, if we drop that down a little, we can, where is it? Grid floor. Here it is. We can turn that off. And when we do that, we've got our board without that grid underneath it. So there we go. We've got our pawn in here. And if we select our pawn, we can move it on our board. That's great. And we can see that it is the right size compared to the rest of the board. It suits the board quite nicely. And the final thing, of course, is to name our scene. So I'm going to go into File, Save As, and I'm just going to call this Chess Scene. There we go. Save the Blender file. We can see at the top it's saved as its new name. So that's all of the stuff done in Blender itself. Finally, we just need to clear up our project folder that we're working on. So I've got my low-poly chess set here. I'm going to create a new folder and call it Archive. And actually spell it right for once. And we've got low-poly pawn that we're working on and chess scene. So the low-poly pawn can go into the archive because we just brought that in, and I'm happy that that's finalized. The low-poly chess piece base, we're going to leave that because we need that for the rest of our pieces. All of the other stuff that we've been working on, apart from chess scene, can be moved out of the way. Now, don't worry if you see some extra stuff there that you might not have made, because I do a lot of tinkering. So there we go. So in your folder, you should have 2 files left over, the low-poly chess piece base, which we're going to use for the rest of our models, and our chess scene.blend. So that's all of those sorted out. Brilliant. How did you guys get on Please share in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the 3D cursor and origins. So in this video we're going to take another look at our reference pieces, and we're going to look for some commonality to save us time with our modelling. And finally we're going to use the 3D cursor and the origin associated with an object to accurately control our piece. So let's go back to our chosen dimensions that we had a look at earlier, and we've already done our pawn, and that's 3 centimeters. The base is, well, 3 blender units in this case. Now all of the other pieces bar the king have a 4 centimeter base, and that's what we've picked, and that is a third larger again, so 33% larger. So when we go and scale in a bit, we'll need to scale by 1.333333, etc. And I'm not quite sure how many threes we're going to need. We can have a look anyway and see as we go. So let's hop on over to my file system where we can have another look at our pieces. So looking at our pieces, we can see that the bishop itself and the king and the pawn and the queen have a very similar neckline all up to this bit along the top. So just beneath the ball on here, we've got this little plate it sits on. Now, I'm pretty certain that if we grabbed the bishop's head and replaced it with a ball, well, it would look pretty similar. You wouldn't be able to distinguish between the two unless you saw them in situation. And the same with the king. So I think we can use our pawn base all the way up to this top bit of the neck here, and then build upon that to make the rest of our pieces. Now I understand we've just archived away our pawn, but we can go and retrieve it and start using it to make the rest of our model. The exception to this, of course, is the knight itself, which is geometrically completely different from the rest of the pieces, apart from its base, and the rook itself, which has sort of no top to it. It's got these castlements on top. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so now we're in Blender. I've just opened it up afresh, and fortunately my low-poly pawn is still in my recent files, so I'm happy to go open that there. If yours isn't, go to your project folder in your archive folder, because we just archived it. Feel free to put it back out into the working folder if you want. I'm just going to open it up because we're going to save it in a few moments as the new piece. So I'm going to go straight over to our outliner and change this to bishop. And I'm going to go to File, Save As, and name it appropriately. So in this case, I'm going to put it in the current working folder and call it Low-Poly Bishop, or LP Bishop in my case, and save as Blender file. So I'm just going to amend this here and also put LP Bishop in the outline, just so it's really descriptive as what we're working on. This obviously is not a bishop at the moment. We need to do a couple of things. So looking at the reference material there, we need to scale this up slightly. So I'm going to do that straight away. I'm just going to hit the S button, and we know that we need to scale it up by 1.333 recurring. So let's have a look over here in the properties pane. If it's not open, open yours up with the N key or the little plus, and we have dimensions here, and we can see X and Y are at 3, which is perfect because we want them at 4. So we could go and type in 4 there, to be quite honest. 4 and 4. And it looks a bit squat, but that's fine. But if we wanted to scale the whole lot at once, we'd have to work out, so let's undo that. We'd have to work out what this multiplied by 1.3 is. And I really don't want to grab a calculator at the moment. So I'm just going to scale up and go 1.3. And we can see that that produces 3.9. If we do another 3, it's 3.99, 3.999, and if we do to 4 decimal places, it's pretty much bang on 4 as far as Blender is concerned. Now we've got a little problem here because it's pushed it through the floor here. So we need to do a bit of jiggery-pokery to try and get this back onto the floor plane itself, so where Z equals 0. We can do that in a couple of ways. If you knew exactly the mathematics required, you could adjust the Z up here in the transform to be something other than 1, so it'd be something greater than 1, but that is the position of the origin of this object. So one of the things we could do is move the origin to the base of our pawn in this case, but soon to be bishop. So there are a couple of ways of doing that, but one of the easiest ways to do it is to get the 3D cursor, this thing here that you use with left mouse button, and then set the origin to it. So in the tool shelf, whilst in object mode, if we put the cursor over here and then go to where it says set origin and go origin to 3D cursor, it moves the 3D cursor, sorry, it moves the origin to the 3D cursor. Now, this is important because this is used in so many factors, including how it scales. So it's going to scale in and out towards that. It's also going to rotate around that, so it acts as a pivot point as well. So that allows us to have lots of control. Now, having it all the way out there, in this case, isn't going to benefit us. And later on, when we start playing with physics modelling, this will be the object's centre of mass. More on that later on. Now we need to just move it somewhere a bit more useful for us, and that's the base of this pawn, or bishop as it will soon be. So one of the things you can do here is literally start clicking on our object. And if we rotate round after you've clicked, you will see that where you've clicked, it kind of attaches itself to the face that you've clicked on. It's semi-intelligent in that manner, so it works with us. And fortunately for us, we've got a big flat base on the bottom of our object here. So if we click on that, anywhere on that, that is actually on perfectly on that face. The other thing that we can do with the 3D cursor is actually tell it where to go instead. So for instance, in edit mode, if we select a particular point, edge or vertex, so if we select this vertex here, for instance, this one here, we can then use the shortcut keys Shift plus S, and that opens up this snapping menu for our 3D cursor. When we do that, we can actually move the cursor to the selected. So we've popped the 3D cursor smack bang on that vertex there. If we had an edge selected and we did the same thing, Shift S, and then cursor to selected, it would go into the middle of that edge. And if we had a face selected, well, you probably guessed it already, when we go to snap it with Shift and S, we can move cursor to selected, it appears in the middle of our face. So the final thing you can do is set this 3D cursor back to 000, which is right in the middle of our model. Well, not this particular model, but in the middle of our scene where X, Y, and Z all equal 0. Now you can do that in the properties section over here. If we scroll down, we've got our 3D cursor position, its location, and the shortcut we can go into there and set them all as 0, but the shortcut is Shift and S, and then finally cursor to center, and that will pop it where 0, X, Y, and Z all equal 0. It's challenge time. Okay guys, I'd like you to place the bishop on the ground. So I say ground in inverted commas. What I mean is, so the bishop is actually where Z equals 0, so nothing is protruding beneath that grid. So I'd like you to scale the bishop's base to 4 Blender units in diameter if you've not done already. Then set the origin to the base of the bishop. Then set the base of our bishop to Z equals 0. And there's extra credit, it's not necessary, but extra credit if you set the bishop's origin to 0, 0, 0. So that means that our bishop is really square in the scene. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so let's go about moving all of this stuff above this ground plane. So let's move around and just click on the base. So that is definitely on the base there. And then we need to go into object mode. I'm not in object mode at the moment because the origin is changed there. So set the origin to the cursor, origin to 3D cursor. Brilliant. So now we have it on the base. Over in the properties pane, we can see that Z equals minus 2.5. So if we set that to 0, it will lift that up to the right place, which is brilliant. That's now sitting on the ground. So the next thing we need to do is just move the origin to the center. So as we can see there, it's not quite there. The object is, but the origin is not. So let's move the origin now to the center. So what we need to do, we're going to move the 3D cursor first. So Shift and S, cursor to center. Now that the cursor's in center, we can then again go set origin to the 3D cursor, and let's move that back to there. So now the origin of our model is smack bang on the bottom, which in this case is great. Excellent. How did you guys get on? Please share your progress in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to selecting hidden geometry. So in this video, we're going to learn how to select geometry that isn't visible to us in our viewport in front of us. Now, there are two straightforward ways of doing that. Number one, we can switch the viewport shading to wireframe mode. Number two, we can toggle limit selection to visible. And then finally, we'll go on to build the rest of our bishop. Let's hop over straight into Blender. So we have our bishop coming along rather nicely here. So the first thing I'm going to do is rotate it round to the front view so we've got a good representation of our model. Now we need the reference material, we need to go get the background image. Now if we scroll down here to the background images, they're still turned on and currently it's set to the pawn. We don't want that. In fact, we don't need to add or remove this image, we can just overwrite it by opening up a new image and navigating to our section assets and applying the Staunton Bishop PNG. Excellent, so that's in there. Now it does need to be scaled up because we can see here the base. We've already made the base of our pawn, or what was the pawn, now the bishop, the right size. And if we look down at the scale, the size down here of our image, it's set to 3. Now that's quite convenient, not planned, I assure you, that is convenient, because the size of this was originally 3, we just need to change that to 4, and it should match. Yeah, matches perfectly, brilliant. So now on the y-axis, we just need to shift that up, let's hope that's another whole number. I'm happy with that. So we can see here these parts align almost perfectly, that's great, but the bits at the top do not. We need to go in and edit those and move them out. So I'm just going to collapse this back down a bit so we've got some more space. Right, so using border select in edit mode, so I'm going to switch over to edit mode. Using border select, I can select all of that lot there. Now I'm in face select. If I was in edge, I'd have to go a little lower, and I can pull that up to the right place. There's something weird going on here. Let's turn our model around and have a look. That's gone all weird. It's only moved half of our model. Now, it's kind of cool. It's made it look kind of head-shaped with maybe a cravat or something around it, but that's not what we want. We want it to be uniform pulled up. And the reason for that is it only selected what I could see here, and of course, plus this face that was already selected. So I'm going to undo that. So it's back to normal. Great. I'm going to deselect everything before I start and then switch back over into front view. Now, in order to make sure that we can select our entire mesh, including the stuff behind, what we need to do, and twofold, we can either switch to wireframe so we can see through our model. Then if we do the border select again, it selects everything. The alternative is a little toggle. So let's just hop back into solid mode because it disappears when you're in wireframe mode, and that's this option to the right of the edge, vertices and face select. There's this little button here which is limit selection to visible. So if you toggle that off, because it's by default on, you can see that our model appears slightly translucent now, and if we perform the same action where we select stuff, it selects all through our model. So there's two options in manipulating our model. Then we can pull that up and down to our heart's content. So let's switch back over into front view and see how we're doing here. I don't really want to pull that other bit up actually, so let's push that back down. Let's do the border select around here. Oh, let's do edges. I like working with edges. Deselect everything first and then try that once more. There we go. And I'm just going to pull that up so that this bit here is roughly where that is. Now we're going to have to add some extra bits and bobs here in a moment. That's absolutely fine. And I'd probably want to make it indent here a little, just to keep that form going up. When it was shorter as a pawn, it was fine. Now it seems a bit static. I just want to give it a bit more shape to it and define it. And we do need to manipulate the top of this pawn as well. Now we're going to leave out the notch for now. We'll go in and do a cool thing in a bit to apply the notch. And we need a little ball on top as well. Okay guys, it's challenge time. What I'd like you to do, if you haven't done already, do import the bishop's reference image and scale it appropriately and move it about. Then model the rest of the bishop, do leave out the notch. Try out using different techniques, so you can put loop cuts in there, you can extrude things, you may have to delete some things as you go as well, and possibly even bridging edge loops, that may help you out. Have fun and do keep the low poly in mind, so don't go adding a ton of geometry, and use your own artistic license as to what details you do include towards the top of the bishop and which ones you don't. So pause the video now and go off and create the bishop. Okay, welcome back. Let's hop back over into Blender. Okay, so back over in Blender, we've got this bit level here, and I feel like we could almost move this ball completely out of the way if we did some decent selection there. So I'm going to clear everything and see if we can just lift that up. So border select, I'm going to select everything there. And I suppose the only other thing I need to select here is this vertex in the middle. Has that worked? Let's shift that up. Yes, brilliant, it has. I'm going to shift that to the top of our... Oh, I'm grabbing stuff. Don't want to do that. Let's escape out of it. So I thought I was grabbing that blue arrow, and I wasn't. Let's select that again and move it down to roughly the right point. So that's the top of our mesh here, and this is the bottom. Now, because this sphere on the top is made of the same number of segments as our piece down here, we can use bridge edge loops to get this bit melded onto this bit at the bottom here. So all I need to do here is delete this vertex at the bottom. So I'm going to delete that now and make sure it's deleting vertices only. We end up with a hole in the top of our model there. And making sure we don't have an inside face, I'm going to select this face here and make sure I only delete the face and nothing else. So then selecting these two edge loops, that one there and this one here, and going to Mesh, Edges, and Bridge Edge Loops. And there we go. Nope, selected these two edge loops. I didn't hold down Shift when doing that. I should know better by now. So Bridge Edge Loops. So there we go. That's the mesh now all as one, which is brilliant. So the next thing we need to do is just hop back onto the front view and have a look at our model and see how we're getting on. So this bit here is far too high, so we can start moving some of these edge loops now. So let's grab this one and move it down to about there. We can grab this particular one here and scale it out. I'm quite happy with kind of that shape there, although it would be quite nice to add maybe another edge loop in. Ooh, not rotating, but another edge loop around there just to define this indent we have here. And that's almost the bottom of the bishop's hat, which makes it much more defined by adding that extra edge loop in. So not too much detail, but just enough to define that. And then finally, we've got the wrong taper here. So I think all we need to do here is bring these edge loops down and perhaps scale that in ever so slightly, and then bring this one down a lot to make it far more pointy. There we go. So the only thing we're missing now is the little bit of the, little bobble on top of the hat. It's like a snow hat or something like that. So in this case, we can just add in a sphere, a UV sphere, similar to everything else, but we're going to lower these segments and rings all the way down to nothing. Well, not nothing, but as low as they go. And we really want to match the segments to the rest of the hat here. So let's up that to 8 in total and just scale it down to see how it looks. It needs to be a lot smaller, probably about that big. Now finally we want to meld this object to the top here. So we need to turn on snapping and make sure we've got vertex selected. Brilliant, and then we can grab this and move it about and plonk it against the vertex. And now that's pinged straight to the right point straight away. It doesn't always do that. You can always lock it into the Z-axis and move it up and down, and then it often will behave for you perfectly. So I'm going to attach that there. Brilliant. The next thing I need to do is hop out of that. I'm going to turn off this limit selection visibility and just have a look at that. Now, something tells me that's gone a bit wonky at the top there. Okay, it has. So what has gone on there? Let's investigate a little closer. Let's pop back into... Well, let's have a look at this. I don't think we placed our model in the right place. In this case, I think we can resurrect our problem. We could create it again, but I can see here over in the transform on the properties, the X and Y coordinates. I'm happy with the Z is spot on, but the X and Y aren't 0. So I think, it's just a raw guess at this point, by moving those exactly there, we'll have it perfect. And that's starting to look much better. So let's zoom out and look at our bishop as a whole. Okay, that's brilliant. That looks really good. I want you to share your creation in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the Boolean modifier. In this video, we're going to experiment with a Boolean modifier, understanding how it works. We're going to understand how to apply it to our model. Learn that it can be used constructively and destructively. It can and will work in edit mode if you choose. And also it's real-time and live, which is exciting. Not all modifiers are. So let's hop over straight into Blender. So before we start using this Boolean modifier, what we'll need to do is create another object in our scene. So I'm going to place the 3D cursor just somewhere random over in space here and go and create us. I am in edit mode. I will need to be in object mode in this case. I know it works in edit mode, but I do want to keep these separate to demonstrate. So I'm going to hold down Shift and A and add a new mesh of UV sphere. Now I'm going to set the segments here down massively. They don't need to be quite so high, maybe 8 and 4. That feels about right. 184, 8 and 4. I'm going to increase it just a little. There we go. And here too. So we're going to move this now so it's against our bishop. Now let's just push it in, and eventually it will go close and close and close. And I'm just going to grab it and move it down there. Excellent. So now that it's in our model, we can decide how we want to work. Leaving the sphere there, we're going to shift this over a little and go to our little spanner or modifier icon. And we're going to add a modifier. And again, it's in this second column, the generate column, and it's Boolean just there. Once we click that, we have to select an object to apply it to. Now, Boolean operations can only apply to other mesh objects. So in this case, we've got this mesh object here, the LP bishop. So we're going to put that in there. Okay, so the first thing that this has done is we've now removed anything that's not within our bishop itself. And we can demonstrate that by applying it and then just moving it back out. You'll see that we're left with a surface of the bishop on cut away from here. So we've still got our sphere on this side, but not on that side. So let's plonk it back in, undo a couple of steps so we can work on there. If we shift into wireframe mode, this is quite exciting. We can see it as it passes through. So if we set the object back to low-poly bishop, we can see what will be left as we're moving through. Quite cool. And that's with it set the operation as intersect. What else do we have? We have difference and union. Well, union, as it sounds, combines the two together. So if we then applied this, that would become one mesh without, as you can see, there's no sphere inside. Now, the difference does the exact opposite. It's going to cut away the bishop shape from the sphere. And we can demonstrate that again in wireframe mode. We see there's nothing left of our sphere. And if we apply that and move the sphere away, we've taken a chunk out of the sphere, but the other way this time. Well, in this case, if we want to cut a hole in, let's see how it applies back on the bishop. So let's set our sphere back into the bishop itself. And this time select the bishop first, and then add a modifier of type Boolean. And select the object as the sphere. So with intersect, it's cut out of the sphere. So that's the opposite way. That was the difference when it was the other way around. Excellent. And let's try union. Well, that's hopefully going to look the same as it did before. Yes, it becomes 1 after the operation. And difference. Well, that, after it's applied, will eat away at our model. That's brilliant. That's exactly what we want to see. Oh, it looks kind of like a spaceship or a hole in there. Perhaps if you wanted to make a hole in the bottom of a tree to hide in. Who knows? So that's the Boolean operator. I'm now going to undo those changes because I don't want to ruin my bishop. And I'm going to delete that sphere. Excellent. Zoom back out. Yep, everything's intact. I've not modified our bishop at all. So, challenge time. I would like you to cut a notch in the bishop. So, using a Boolean modifier, cut a notch from the bishop's hat in the top. If you need to have a look at reference material to make sure its placement is good, then go ahead and do that. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go cut a notch in the bishop's hat. Right, so the first thing I want to do is just generate something and think about where it's going through. So I want to make my notch diagonal, and I also want to make it slightly wedge-shaped. So I'm going to create myself a new mesh object in object mode, so it's separate. Excellent. I'm going to make it more wedge-shaped as well. I don't care about the scale at the moment. I can play about with that at will. So I'm going to pop into edit mode, grab an edge like this one and just move it in to make a wedge. It doesn't need to be quite that angle. Definitely don't want it that big. Probably more like that. And the final thing I think I want to do is just round it off ever so slightly. Not much. Is this going to spoil the geometry if I do that? Maybe. Let's leave it like that and see how that works. The next thing I want to do is move it closer to my bishop itself. So I'm going to hop back over into object mode and move it about so it's almost in the right place. I've still got snapping turned on. That could be useful in this case, but not. Well, it's close enough. That's brought it to our model. Let's pop it there and push it in. We may need to scale this up and down as we go. Okay, that's looking good there. However, I want mine the other way round. So I can just rotate that by on the Z-axis by 180. And then move it back in on the Y-axis. Back in, and that's cutting in there. It looks a bit too deep a cut. I don't really want to go beyond here, so I've got a couple of options there. In this case, I'm going to scale that only on the XY. No, only on the Z-axis, I think. So scale on the Z-axis rather than going into wireframe. Oh, I've not left myself enough space. Must remember that. Excellent. I do need it to come out. So about there. I'm going to lift that back up and push it back ever so slightly. And I do need to scale it probably on the X-axis at this point. So let's do that now. Scale on the X-axis just to push it out. I'm going to whiz around the model. Yep, that's all the way through our model. I'm just going to pull it up ever so slightly more because we're still around there. Do I want to chop off any of this little bobble on the top? Maybe. In this case, not. So I'm just going to rotate it away to play with it a little further and pull it out. And I've exhausted my artistic license at this point. Right, I now need to apply this. So I'm going to select the bishop first and then go to Add Modifier and Boolean. I'm going to select the object that we're going to use, which is the cube, which is no longer a cube, and we don't want intersect, we want difference in this case. I'm going to apply the modifier, and then I've got two options. In this case, I'm just going to hide the cube in case it's not quite right. Oh, I like that lots. In fact, I like it so much, I'm going to do one final thing before I let that go. I'm going to undo those changes. And I'm going to just adjust the cube ever so slightly. I'm going to rotate it around the Y-axis so that our slice comes through at a slight angle, which I think is going to add a tiny bit of a dynamic to it and make it look that little bit better. And I'm just going to move that back out there so it's not touching. Right, I'm happy with that, so I'm going to add my modifier again, which is already there. In fact, all I need to do now is apply it. Excellent. I'm going to hide my cube in the outliner and just check that out again. Brilliant. I've got exactly the slant that I wanted in my bishop's hat. How did you guys get on? Please share in these discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to Empties in Blender. In this video, we'll be introducing the concept of an empty. Essentially, an empty is a null object that has no geometry. They can be used as a handle to control other objects, used as a parent object for a group of objects, and we'll be dealing with that very shortly. They also have many other uses that we won't dive into right at this moment, but will when we need them in the course. So let's hop over into Blender. So let's open up a new file in Blender, and we get the default cube in the scene. Now I'm just going to get rid of that because I'm not going to use that at all. And let's create our first empty. So you add an empty much like you would do a mesh object. So you could use the add menu on the 3D editor header, or just go Shift and A. And well, that's fortunate, my mouse was directly over it. So an empty, and you can see there are 8 different types of empty. Now essentially they all do a very similar thing, but depending on the application that you're doing, you may want a different shape or a different type of empty, just so it's more descriptive of the type of control you're going to have. So for instance, if you wanted a single arrow, if it was a directional control you were using, you can see here that this single arrow is great, and we can scale it up, rotate it round, and we can say the object is pointing that way, and then when we move the arrow round, we can control an object based upon its direction. Very, very powerful. So there are lots of different options for your empty, but essentially you go into the add menu and go ahead and add an empty. Now, you cannot create any geometry from that. There's no editing them in that sense, but you can use them later on to control lots of different things, and we'll be doing that very soon with our chess set. Right, so in the spirit of keeping it lean, we need to do some things now. We need to append the bishop into our chess scene to see what it looks like as a whole, check everything is in the right proportion. And then start filling up our board. We're going to create the white pawns, duplicate our bishops and pawns. That's important rather than just duplicating, because we want it to apply across any changes we make. We want them to apply across the bishops that we made and the pawns, so we don't have to repeat ourselves. And then we'll get on to managing our models in this scene. Let's hop over into Blender. Right, so we're done with this for the moment. Let's go and open up our chess scene. So it should be in my recents. Yep, chess scene. And this is where we left it before. So go ahead and open up your chess scene blend now, where we brought our primary white pawn in. Right, let's go and append our bishop. So we're going to go File, Append, and go find your low poly bishop. And in Object, we want to select the low poly bishop. There we go, that's in our scene. Let's just move that about. I'm going to constrain it to the XY axis so it doesn't disappear through the floor by holding down Shift and Z. Just going to pop it next to our pawn, zoom in a little and have a look at it in context. Excellent, that looks really good. Okay, so now we've got that in there, we need to start with, we need a duplicate of this, and we need another 7 duplicates of our pawn. Now before we go ahead and start messing around with our pawns and duplicating them lots, I want to show you a really neat trick. Well, it's not really a trick, it's an operation that will save you a shed load of time later on when you're doing very repetitive tasks where an array modifier might not be of use to you. So for instance, if we wanted to duplicate this pawn, and it was a linked duplicate of course, we'd do Alt and D. And we have our pawn here. Now, if I just lock that to the XY axis and just place it down there, for instance, if I was more accurate, it would be better. So I can look down here on the vector where it is, and probably 6 and -6. There we go, it's smack bang in the middle of that square now. If I simply hold down Shift at the same time as R, it repeats the last operation. So Shift and R will lay down another linked pawn, and again we'll do another linked pawn. And you can do that as many times as you like. It's a very powerful operation. Okay guys, it's challenge time. I'd like you to fill out the board. So remember to link duplicate the pawns and 2 bishops, only making the white pieces at the moment. We'll do something later on to create all of the black ones. Now place them in the right starting position on the board. Now you may have to refer to reference material in order to make sure the board's at the right orientation for us. And then finally create an empty called white pieces. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop straight back over into Blender. Right, so I've duplicated down here, and I don't want to do that in this case. So fortunately, I've got some undo buffer I can exploit. Now, I know that this pawn was placed exactly in the right place. We're mucking about with it, I think. Let's just go up here. No, not quite. But I can set it back to 0 and 0 here. And then it's right bang in the middle of the board. Then I can turn on snapping because we're using whole units, and I can move it to the right position here and down a little, so it's around here. Before I go any further though, I know that from reference material that the white side of the board has the black square in the left corner and a white square in the right corner. So that would be this way round or that way round. So at the moment, I'm about to set it up playing across the wrong way on the board. So I'm going to move that down to there and across to here. And that should be smack bang in the middle. Whole numbers here, exactly what I want to see over in the transform. Right, so the next thing I want to do is duplicate linked this pawn here. So that's Alt and D, and there we go, he's linked. And I can see that the Z is changing down in the lower left, so I do want to lock the Z axis so it's not moving, and I just want to place it there. Brilliant. Now to do the next step, I'm simply going to repeat that operation by holding down Shift and R. There we go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Of course, what we're looking at here is a couple of, in the outliner here, there's lots of corrections to do. So perhaps before I do the repeating, I should have renamed it. So fortunately, with the undo thing, we can do that relatively quickly. I'm just going to name that white pawn for the moment. I'm going to rename it. Then I'm going to duplicate it, lock it to the Z-axis and move it across. Then I'm going to hold down Shift and R to repeat that process. That's much better. All the way down to there. Brilliant. And then finally, we can do the bishop again. Now, I'm not quite sure where the bishop is. So again, I'm just going to lock it to whole numbers here. I'm going to type in 0, 0, and 0 there. Oh, has that appeared above the board? I've managed to type 9. That's not very clever of me. It's next to 0, of course. And there we go. So it's a 0, 0, 0. Now with snapping turned on and increments, we can move that down. And oh, where does that go? It goes there, doesn't it? Knight, rook, knight, bishop. That's fine. And goes back 1. And then again a linked duplicate. Lock to the Z-axis. Move it across to there. And perfect. So that chessboard's really coming on now with the pieces on it. And we've got all of our stuff set up. Now this hierarchy along here is starting to get a bit messy. I wonder if there's something we can do about that. And speaking about the hierarchy, I have noticed that I don't have an empty yet. Oh, almost forgot that bit of the challenge. So of course, I need to go add empty. Now I've got a choice of empties here and I'm not quite sure which one I'm going to pick. I think for the purpose of this I am simply going to pick a plane axis. It doesn't really matter. It's not going to be much in the way of any use to us, and where it's positioned we can sort that out later. We do need to name it though, so I'm going to rename that and I'm going to name it white pieces. There we go. So that's all ready for us later on. Now we will deal with this hierarchy and organise it a bit in the next couple of lectures, so don't worry about that for the moment. But what I would like to see is how you guys are getting on, so please share your results so far in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Take care. Welcome to Parent and Child Objects. In this video, we're going to see how parents can group together objects. Essentially, that becomes their children. We're going to create a hierarchy which is easy to navigate. We'll be using this to logically group our pieces together. Now, when we're doing parents and children, the children can have children, and those children can have children as well. So you can have a whole family there. So parent, child, grandchild, and great-grandchild, etc. So looking at our hierarchy. Now, going from left to right, this is roughly how the outliner will be looking. Where we have the chess scene itself, there will be a light, some objects in our scene in the camera, and a couple of other things as well. Now, at the moment, we've already got an empty in our scene, which is the white pieces, and under that, we're going to put the pawns, the rooks, the knights, the bishops, the king and queen, etc. And looking at the number of other objects we have in our scene, it might be worthwhile, we'll see in the outliner, looking at the numbers there, it might be worthwhile actually putting the pawns in their own little empty as well, just so we can have good control over all of those bits and bobs. But we'll see how that looks in the outliner when we start working with it. So talking about the outliner, let's pop over into Blender. Okay, so over in Blender, we just need to, first thing I'm going to do is just tidy up our view. So I'm just going to hide the timeline at the bottom since we're not using it. I'm going to hide the tool shelf and hide the properties pane on the 3D editor. I'm just going to move this section across because we're mainly going to be dealing with the outliner in this case. I'm going to leave the 3D view here because when we select our individual meshes, we can see what's going on. Okay, so the first thing we need to do here is start grouping these items together. And we can see here we have our scene. Inside the scene, there are a load of options. We've got at least one mesh object. In fact, we've got several mesh objects, which is why we're doing this organization. We've got the camera, we've got the lamp as well. These can all be parented or childed if you wanted to. So I think with all of this in the hierarchy already, it might be a good idea to group even our small pieces together. So the first thing I'm going to do is how to assign a parent object to its children. So we'll start with the bishops here because we've only got 2 of them, so it won't be a repetitive task anyway. But at the moment they're just by themselves in our hierarchy. So I'm going to give them an empty first of all. So I'm going to go add empty, and again just a plain axis is absolutely fine. I'm going to call this empty white bishops. So the way that a parent is done is you select in the order, or rather the last thing that you select will become the parent. After all 3 items are selected, ending with the thing we want to be the parent, we can go down to Object, where it's and scroll up to where it says parent and just go to object, and we can see here Control and P is the shortcut, and then it will say set parent to, and we just want object here. So now we've done that, we can see that white bishops has 2 meshes associated it looking at the outliner, and when we drop that down we can see our bishops beneath. Now what you will notice, and was a bit counterintuitive when I started using Blender, was when you click white bishops, it only selects our empty here. It does not select the meshes beneath. If you want to select everything beneath, depending on what you want to do, so say we wanted to hide both the white bishops without selecting them all, we could control and click on our empty, and that would select everything. Then if we click the little I or pressed H, we could hide all of those by clicking control. You have to have control down when you click. So to select them all, we can select them all in the outliner by holding down control. To hide them all, we'd have to do the same. And that similar operation applies to everything else. Finally, we can nest this inside white pieces. So we select our first object, or rather in this, well, it is an object. We select our first object, and then we select our second object whilst holding down Shift, so both are selected, and then go to Object, Parent, on Object, and again Control and P. So in this window here, you could just go Control and P, and set Parent to Object. Now under white pieces, we have white bishops, and under that, we have low-poly bishop 1 and 2. In fact, I might name them 1 and 2 now, just for neatness. Okay guys, it's challenge time. I'd like you to finish off the organisation of the hierarchy. So assign the pawns a parent empty called white pawns, and then make the white pawns empty a child of white pieces. Pause the video now and go give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop straight on over into Blender. Right, so we're almost here with these pawns. So the first thing we need to do is create our empty that we're going to assign as the parent to all of these pawns. So add empty plain axis. I'm going to call this white pawns. PAWNS, excellent. I'm going to select all of these, holding down shift as we go, with the final one being white pawns. Then I'm going to go over here. Cursor has to be in the 3D window. Go Control and P. Set them to the object. Excellent. So that's tidied up our hierarchy no end. And then finally, I'm going to select white pawns. It's already selected. And put them under white pieces. Again, Control and P. And set it to the object. And now we've got a much neater hierarchy. As you can see, there are now the white pieces and the chessboard. Excellent. And when we open up that, we have our white bishops and white pawn. Oh, it looks like we had the series of objects selected. So I've made a mistake there. So let's reassign these, the parent object of white pawns. I forgot to deselect before going forward, and that's excellent. That's popped all of those under there. So white pieces, white bishops, we've got 2 meshes under there. White pawns, we should have 8 meshes, which we do. And if you wanted to, you could go through here and name these appropriately if you wanted to. And to keep that naming convention going without doing too much work, the first one will just be called 0 to 7. Excellent. How did you guys get on? See you in the next lecture. Welcome to Zoom to Mouse and Rotate Around Selection. So in this video, these two are great for working around more complex scenes, as our chessboard is slowly becoming. Now we are changing the user preferences with this, so if you wanted this to apply again and again and again to all of the models you're creating, you will need to remember to save your user preferences, otherwise they won't update. We're going to demonstrate both zoom to mouse and rotate around selection, and also some other view options that are available, because you can get in a bit of a muddle when you're using these two, or in fact just in general when you're zooming in and out of a model. You may come to a point where you can't zoom any further, and that is really irritating, and we'll show you some ways to get around that. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. So the first thing that I will want to do is just pull the outliner back in slightly so we can see more of our 3D view. Now, by default, when you hold down the middle mouse button and rotate around, it usually rotates around the center of our scene, which is the center of the board in this case, where X, Y, and Z all equals 0. And zooming is also done to that until you move the viewport and pan around, and then we can zoom back in. Now, there are better ways of doing that. So go to File and go into your user preferences, and under the interface, the second column has view manipulation, and there are 2 options which by default are unticked, which is zoom to mouse position and rotate around selection. If we turn both of those on and save our user settings, we can hop back into Blender, and all of a sudden you can see zooming, for instance, is dependent on where our cursor is. So if I put it over one of these other pawns' heads and zoom in, it will zoom towards there. Now that is incredibly powerful when you're working on other models. Rotation, however, will be around the selected model in this case. Now, you'll want to play with this and see if it suits you or not. If you find it's not suiting you and you'd rather go back to the other system, then that's fine. You turn those off. These are all view options, i.e. they're optional. Right, occasionally you can end up with some weird stuff going on. So I've zoomed into this one here and I'm going to rotate round. And if I wanted to go to this one on the end, you won't go very far before your zoom runs out, which is a little bit annoying. There are a couple of ways around that though, and usually it involves resetting the viewport itself to another place. And one of the easiest ways to do that is select another object. So I'll select this bishop over in the corner, going down to view and going to view selected, or number pad and the full stop on the number pad if you've got a full size keyboard. And you can see it puts our bishop, the selected object, in the center of our viewport. And then because we've got rotate around the selected turned on, we can rotate around there and edit to our heart's content. A couple of other ways of getting out that, and very useful to go through your scene if necessary, is one is called the viewport dolly and one is walk or fly mode. Very exciting. So what are they? Well, first of all, let's rotate around. Let's go to this bishop on. No, that's a pawn, isn't it? Let's go to the pawn on the end and zoom into it. We run out of zoom again, so I'm going to go to view and view selected. Great. I'm going to rotate around slightly, so I'm looking down, and I've got to remember its perspective. I'm going to pan across a little. So the viewport dolly is very effective in the way that it enables us to go down our scene by moving the viewport rather than zooming in and out. So if we hold down shift and control at the same time, or control and shift, it doesn't matter which order, and hold down the mouse button and move it in and out, we can go backwards and forwards down our scene, which is really, really good. If you imagine these were buildings and you're walking down the street, or indeed this mouse eye view of our chessboard. If you hit the control wheel, you'll notice it rotates round. And if you hold down Alt instead of control, it rotates and pivots the other way. So a couple of useful things there. The final one is what's called walk or fly mode. And whether it's walk or fly is determined in the user preferences. I'll show you where that is now. So under File, User Preferences, under, I believe it's Input, and scroll down. Here we go, walk navigation, we've got walk and fly. Okay, so we're set to walk at the moment. Let's see what that does. So Shift and F will enable that, and we can see a crosshair. And if we use the W, S, A, and D keys, much like a first-person shooter, and the Q and E goes up and down, we can move through our scene quite easily. Now the other option, fly, is a little harder to control, but is a little more versatile. So I'm going to escape out of that and go to File, User Preferences, and just change that quickly to fly mode and close that down. Now when we go Shift and F to enable fly mode, it's ever so slightly different. So our cursor enables us to move around, and the further we stray from that center point, the quicker the view moves. And we can move forward by pressing W. And then the scroll wheel itself speeds us up and slows us down. In fact, it pops us in reverse as well. And very quickly you can start panning around your model with quite a bit of precision. And this is great, but it can get a bit, whoa, oh, there we go. It can get a bit cumbersome at times. But once you get control over this, it's very, very powerful. And you've got two options here. If I want this to be our current view, I can hit enter. If I hit escape, it'll go back to the previous view. So if I hit escape, it's gone back to where we started. If I just quickly move us around a little more, doesn't really matter where. Let's come to a stop and look up at our ever so tall bishop. Oh, I've gone through the floor. As I said, it can be a little bit cumbersome. If I hit enter, that is our new view. And if I select that, because we've got rotation on, there we go, it's back to center. So great fun to be had there. Okay, so a quick summary of the view options there. So you can use the view selected in order to zoom in to the particular object or objects you have selected. You can control the view in a view dolly by holding down Control and Shift and using the middle mouse button to dolly along the view you have. And you can also use Control and Shift plus the plus and minus keys to do that. And finally, walk or fly mode using Shift and F adds a whole new dimension to moving around your object. I particularly like flying through, even though it is a bit cumbersome. Okay, so a quick challenge for you guys, and that is try out the view options. So go through what we've just done, have fun with the view options, try a couple of the different options that you have there, and if I haven't said options enough, stick with what you like. They are options, okay? You don't have to have them set exactly the same as me. However, if you see me rotating around an object and wondering, how are you doing that when it's over there? You now know why it's set like that, so I can quickly zoom in and out of my scene and rotate around selected objects. So pause the video now, give that a go, and have some fun. Okay, welcome back. I hope you had fun playing about with those options. Remember, if you have any questions, to ask in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to Lighting in Blender. So in this video we're going to understand that the lamps themselves mainly apply to Blender render, not the Cycles engine. In fact, light is handled differently in Cycles, amongst other things. We're going to be adjusting lamp's properties and seeing its effect. We will switch into rendered mode in the viewport shading options to see what is actually happening as well. Now, before we hop over into Blender, let's look at the different lamp options. So we've got a nice table here with the type of lamp on the left, moving across to its description and a real world example. So we have a point lamp, which is an omnidirectional point light source. So the light comes out of it evenly in every direction, much like a traditional light bulb you'd have at home. Now, a spotlight is a directional point light source. So it's very similar to the point source, only it has direction to it. So if you imagine like a spotlight, or perhaps when you put a lampshade over the top of your normal bulb, it makes it into a directional light. Now, an area lamp simulates an area that's producing light. So like an open window or a TV, laptop screen, something along those lines. Now, Hemi is the odd one out here. It doesn't produce any shadows. It's a soft and far away light source, much like the sky is on a cloudy day without any direct sunlight. You'll notice that shadows are few and far between outside when that happens. And finally, the sun. Well, no guesses there. It simulates the sun, a far away but still direct light. Example, the sun. This, of course, is like a spotlight in many ways because it has a direction to it, so it casts a shadow, but it will light up the entire scene evenly. Okay, let's hop straight on over into Blender. Right, so we're in Blender here, and let's just work out our workspace. Now, I've opened up a new Blender file. If you haven't done this yet, please save the stuff you're working on and open up a new Blender file. So I'm just going to organize my workspace here and just remove the bits that I don't need. So I'll get rid of the timeline at the bottom. I'm going to pull out these two windows here because we're going to use both of those in a moment. I'm just going to make the outliner a little larger. Okay, so we can see in our scene, and you probably spotted it before, that we have at least a camera, a cube, and a lamp in our scene. Now, all of these are objects, and you can literally grab the transform handles and move them about to your heart's content, or hit G and move around the lamp as well. Absolutely fine. You can do that with any object that's in our 3D view here. So first of all, let's go and play with the lamps and see what they look like. So in order to do that, what I'd like you to do is select this cube here and move it up, just so it's floating above this surface here. And then we're going to add another mesh, which is just a plane, and simply scale that up to act as a floor. It doesn't really matter how big it is. In some ways, the bigger the better, but there we go. And now, next to where it says Object Mode in the 3D editor, where you can switch it backwards and forwards, we have the viewport shading options. And usually we've been working with solid. Right at the very top of that is rendered. Now, this is what it will look like if you have Blender Render selected. If it looks a bit faded out, something like this, you probably have Cycles Render selected. And we will be working for the rest of this certain section in Blender Render. So make sure it's selected at Blender Render along the info header there. Brilliant. So we're in here. Now let's play with our lamp. So we have our lamp here, and once it's selected, in the properties window, we can see along here is the same icon. It's this circle with 4 arrows coming out of it. And these are our lamp options, essentially. And if we scroll down, there's a preview there that gives you an idea of what's going on. But even better is the preview we can see right in front of us here. So I'm going to scroll down so we just see lamp. So at the moment it's set to a point lamp, omnidirectional light source. So it fills up the scene, but as you can see it fades away. There's a couple of ways you control that fade. Number one is the starting energy, and if you turn up the starting energy, obviously it makes the light really, really bright. And obviously if you turn it all the way down, eventually it will just go black. And beneath that we have the fall off, which tells Blender how to manage the way that it gets dark, how quickly the light falls off, essentially. And you can change those about and just see. Constant inverse square is usually quite good to work with, but you can play to your heart's content with that. Right, so we've got those two options there, and further down we can go into shadow. We can have it cast no shadow, which is a bit odd. I do like it casting a shadow because it looks a bit better. And we have our sampling for a shadow. Now, in general, you'll want to have that a bit higher than 1. But I don't suggest putting it too high, otherwise you may slow your computer down to a crawl. If we set it to 100, for instance, you can see how slow that is to get the detail into our scene. If we, I say set to 100, you can only set it to 64 maximum. If we set it to something like 10, it's relatively quick to finish off the rendering of that scene. Now, the soft size, if we increase that, as you probably gathered, it makes the shadow, since we're under shadow, a bit softer. And eventually we end up with something that looks a bit better than that harsh square that we had before. So let's have a look at the other lamp types that we've got. So sun will also cast a shadow. But as you can see, the rest of the scene is uniformly lit. Apart from, if we move around, you can see that some sides of the cube are darker than others, and in fact some of them are black. So this is something that you have to get used to with Blender Render, is that if a surface is not being hit by any light at all, it just turns black. There's no detail in there whatsoever. Okay, let's zoom out and move around and turn on the spotlight. So here we have our spotlight not highlighting our cube very well at all. And if you were setting up a scene like this, you could hop back into solid mode here and actually see the cone itself. We can see here that our spotlight is basically not highlighting our cube at the moment. And if I do that, the good chance is that it's now doing that. Popping back into rendered mode, and there we go. Our cube is now being hit with that spot, and you can see very quickly the rest of the scene that isn't in our spotlight goes black. And you can control that as you scroll down. You can actually change the spot shape. So that's underneath the shadow options we were playing with a moment ago. The spot shape, you can increase the degrees that light is, or even narrow it down if you want to. Then we've got the blend, which dictates how easy or how smooth the blend between light and dark is. You can have a square spotlight if you like, and this one, I really love this, the halo. It produces that wonderful thing there. Intensity 1 is too much, but if we turn that down a little more, probably even 0.1, that's brilliant. So that's almost like a window opening or something like that. I do like that effect that it does there. Now, this beam here can end up being quite short, and that's all to do with this distance here under fall off. So if we turn that down, you can see that you can end up with it looking a bit like that at times, which just looks a bit odd. If that does happen, you just turn up the distance to a certain amount, and there we go. The cone is all the way to this surface that it's hitting. Now, Hemi, as I said, that's one of these odd ones. I'm just going to turn the energy down just a little. In fact, I'm just going to type in 1 and set it back to default. Now, here we go. We can see all around our object. So this is one of the ones that doesn't cast a shadow, but also means that the sides that are not being affected by the light, because Hemi is still directional. If we pop into object mode, we can see that it has a line coming from it. In fact, the sun also has a line coming from it. And you can see the icon changes slightly as well, depending on what we're doing. So it still has a direction to it, but it does not cast a shadow, but it illuminates our scene quite evenly. So you can use a mixture of lamps in your scene to emulate the real world. And finally, we have area. So let's hop back into rendered mode on the viewport shading, and oh, that's really bright. So in this case, let's play with some of the options. Let's play with distance. That looks a bit better. That looks much better, and eventually you'll find a level that works for you. Now, the shadow here, it looks bit horrible, actually, to be quite honest, and that's because we've got samples in the X direction at 10 and the Y at 1, I'm guessing. So if we put that at 10 and 10, that's a much smoother shadow. So area, so as the light's coming out, it's not coming from a point anymore, it's emulating a size, and we can scroll down and you can see the area shape. So this is where you would tweak, and depending on the size of the window in the room or something along those lines, so you could have a really, really wide window in the room, 10 by 10. I presume that's Blender units there, and obviously the shadow ends up being almost nothing. But if you had a tiny window in a room, perhaps 1 by 1, that would be more like a point light source because it would be much, much smaller. So feel free to play with these options here as much as you like. It's great fun playing with lights in our scene. And you can see their effect in real time on the window here. Now, perhaps you want to work with the model and the lamp so you can move them around independently. Sure, grab yourself another window so you've got a rendering window. I'm just going to move this one in because I'm working at quite a low resolution. I'm going to get rid of my tool shelves. So here we have our rendering on, so it's just two 3D windows, and we have our rendering on the left and our 3D view on the right here. And the great thing about this is we can move this to our heart's content, and then on the left hand side or wherever you've put it, see the differences. So I can change that to spot and then move it, and we can see straight away the real-time changes that are being made. Brilliant. So I think there's a challenge for you guys coming up. Set up some lights. So go ahead and in our chest scene, place some lamps to light our scene. Now it's your choice of how you want to light it. Play about and experiment. I'll give you a few hints here that I'm probably going to use a sun lamp and a hemi lamp in order to generate a uniform light for our scene. But if you want it to be more dramatic, perhaps play with a couple of spotlights and cast some long shadows across the board. It's entirely up to you. This is your artistic choice. Have fun. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Now let's see how I would light the scene. It may be different to how you've done it, but let's have fun and see how we get on. Right, so let's open up our chest scene. So open, low poly chest set, chest scene. So there we go. So this is how it's looking at the moment, which is brilliant. We've got our hierarchy all set up here. Excellent. So we've got one lamp in the scene and it's pretty low down. First of all, I'm just going to see how it looks. So let's hop straight down into rendered mode. Oh, that's kind of dramatic. I kind of like that. But I do want to light up all my pieces. I kind of want to show them off in this case. And remember, you can always alter your lamps at any point. You're not stuck. In fact, you could create lots of lamps in your scene and move them about as if there was an array of lights above you. Yeah, the choice is yours. So in this case, however, I will want to have a sun lamp that does the entire scene absolutely fine. But what it does do, unfortunately, is create these nasty shadows. So I'm going to simply select the lamp in the outliner, pop over to the 3D window and duplicate it. Not a linked duplicate. That's great if you've got multiple lights and you want to control them all at once. However, if I just do a simple duplicate, we've now got two suns. But what I can do here I'm moving that lamp. Don't want to do that. We just can't see I'm doing that because I'm in the rendered mode. This lamp here. So we're going to call this one sun. And I'm going to call this one ambient. Excellent. So we've got sun and an ambient. I've named them both the same. That's really clever of me there. And I'm going to group these together into our lighting. So I'm going to create, you don't have to do this yourself. I'm just doing it for my hierarchy. I'm going to create an empty. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm gonna make it a sphere. I'm gonna call this lighting. And that just helps group my lighting all together as well. So there we go, all in there. I'm going to set the parent object. And I'm going to correct the spelling mistake there. There we go. So lighting, and we've got ambient and sun. And both of them are a sun at the moment. And we can see that we've got these dark areas. However, on the ambient one, when it's selected, I'm going to go to hemi. Now it looks like that. And we've still got some shadows. But I think the hemi's it's actually making the board very, very bright in this case. So I'm going to turn down the energy that the hemi has. Perhaps even to, let's try 0.3 or thereabouts. Yeah, I like that. That's good. Let's go to the sun itself, and I'm going to split this window so I can see what's going on. Now the sun is here in our scene. I don't want it there. If I put it here and just hit rotate it round, lift it up a little more because it is a sun after all. Rotate that down so you can have lots of fun with this. So it's now shining on our board. Let's rotate round the rendering. Let's go to view and just view selected. There we go. We zoomed in there. Yeah, that looks good. I like that lots. Nothing's blown out. We've still got detail over the place. I like that lots. How did you guys get on? Please share your lighting attempts in the discussions. I'd love to see what lighting schemes you came up with yourself. Perhaps some groovy spotlights there or a deep dark thing. But remember, we do want to show off our pieces and our board at the moment, so don't make it too noir on us, too dark and contrasty, because we won't be able to see all the effort you guys are putting in. Okay, as I said, put those in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to hiding unneeded objects. In this video, we're going to discover it is useful when working on larger and more complex assemblies or scenes. So at the moment, we're only dealing with a chess set, but it's good to grasp this notion before you start dealing with something even more complex, where perhaps parts are hidden behind one another. And we're going to control whether you're hiding groups of objects as well as individuals themselves. So let's go play with this over in Blender. Right, so here we are in Blender. The first thing I'm going to do is just free up a bit of space. Oh, that didn't work terribly well. Let's hide that and hide that. There we go. And switch over to solid. No particular reason other than I can see what's selected and what isn't. So as you can tell here, as you're selecting things, you get the orange marker around them. And to hide something, well, it's an object operation. So we go to object on the 3D editor header, and I'm going to have to scroll up with the low resolution I'm running. And here we have show and hide, and we can see there are 3 options when it comes to hiding. So there's show hidden, and that will show everything that you've hidden so far, bringing everything back into view. Hide selected, so if you've selected an object or multiple objects, you can hide them all at once. And then finally, hide unselected. So that's like an inverse hidden. So if I only wanted this pawn here, I could select the pawn like it is already. Go object, show and hide hide unselected. And there we go. We just have the pawn visible. Now, of course, we can bring everything back with Alt and H, and then we can select a couple of pawns here, let's say, and press H to hide them away. So it's very powerful. Now, there's another option for doing this over in the outliner. So if we bring everything back into view with Alt and H, or do the menu option there if you want to. Okay, so we have our white pieces all grouped together, and there's a little eye next to them. So you can go to, I'm expanding the hierarchy here, you can go to where it says white bishops and click the little eye, and it will start turning things off. But why hasn't it turned the bishops off? Well, underneath that you have the bishops themselves. So that's grouped, it has an empty called white bishops, but it's not going to hide everything underneath. Similar as to what we explored before, you're going to have to hold down Control as you click the eye to hide everything underneath that hierarchy. So if we have the white pieces and hold down Control as we're clicking the eye, we can hide all of the white pieces if you've got that hierarchy. If you've not, you can go down and, for instance, hide all the white pawns or hide all the white bishops whilst holding down Control itself. Otherwise, you'd have to go in and click them individually like that. So if you've got a good naming structure, but it's quite difficult to select items, you can just hide them through this outliner menu or hierarchy itself. Okay guys, it's challenge time. Now there are going to be several ways that you could accomplish this. I don't mind how you do it, but I'd like you to hide everything but the board. So hide all the chess pieces in our scene, leaving just the checkered squares so far, and we're going to build out the rest of the board in a bit. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop straight back over into Blender. Okay, so there are a couple of options. As you've probably seen already, you could just control click the white pieces over here, and when we've control click them, they all disappear, leaving just the board itself. Alternatively, you could select the board and do Shift and H and hide everything but the board. Remember, there's still the lamps in our scene as well as the camera, and at the moment it gives us a nice clean workspace if we hide absolutely everything but the board itself. Brilliant. So now you've done that, please share in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to Diffuse and Specular Materials. So in this video, well, we need to understand these for getting rendering just right. We'll be looking at the two in isolation and seeing what they do, and combining them to see the overall effect. And just a reminder that we are still using Blender Render. So, diffuse versus specular reflections. Well, both are types of reflection, and diffuse is essentially when light scatters as it hits the surface, and specular is a direct reflection of the light onto the viewer. Materials in the real world are often a mix of the two. So, a bit of physics for you all. The law of reflection. So we've got the blue arrow on the left, and that's the light coming in, the angle of incidence of that light beam coming in. This is just a tiny photon hitting this surface, equals the angle of reflection, that's the light coming out of it. So that's the basic law of reflection, and let's look at that in a bit more detail. So specular reflection looks kind of like this. So a highly specular surface, almost 100% in this case, if I've got my angles and everything right, the light beam comes in and comes out in exactly the same way it came in. And that would produce what you would see like in a mirror or on a lake, a still lake reflecting mountains in the background. How picturesque. So that would be almost 100% specular reflection, where you get a direct reflection of whatever is coming in. Diffuse reflection, however, is slightly different. Because the real world is not all lovely, flat and smooth, we end up with a lot of diffuse reflection. As you can see here, the light coming in and going out is all over the place, so you don't get direct reflection. Just like when you look at your wall right now, it's probably painted in a matte or a satin paint rather than a highly glossy paint, which is more specular. And then of course you may have mirrored walls. So let's hop over into Blender and see how these act when using Blender Render. Right, so I've opened up a new Blender file. I suggest you save the work that you're working on. Now, the reason why I've opened up a new one is because we're going to be playing about and experimenting, and we don't want to do that in the chess scene that we're working with at the moment. So the first thing that I'm going to do is get rid of our cube that's here, because it's not going to show off the diffuse versus specular very well. So I'm just going to delete that from our scene. I'm then going to add into our scene the monkey, bit more exciting a mesh, and since the light is above the monkey just behind it, as we can see here, that little orange blob now, well, we will want to orientate our monkey so at least its face is facing that way. So I'm going to rotate it around the x-axis. Whoop, there we go. And that would probably be enough, but I'm just going to rotate it around the z as well, so the face is facing the light. I'm going to quickly hop over into rendered mode on the viewport shading just to make sure that the face is getting the right amount of light, and it seems it is. Now, a couple of things I want to do. That's a bit too low poly for me. I do want to up it so I can really show off what the specular and diffuse shading can do. So I'm going to turn on smooth shading initially and see what happens. It's still a bit jagged around the edge. So as we've done in the past, I'm going to add a modifier, a subsurface division modifier, just to smooth this mesh out. So under the wrench, under add modifier, so we're going to add the modifier here, subdivision surface modifier, under the generate, second column, third one up from the bottom. And, oh, that's done enough smoothing. I'm happy with that. I think if it gets any smoother, we probably won't notice if we up it even one more. Oh, there isn't a small difference there, but again, you get into diminishing returns quite quickly. So I'll probably leave that at 2 for the moment. So there we have our monkey. I think she's called Suzanne. Yes, she is. Excellent. So we need to apply the material to that monkey there. So I'm going to create a new material and just call it test. So there we go. And this material let's scroll down a little and have a look at the options. So we have diffuse and specular. We're going to be focused on these two here. Shading, transparency, mirror, subsurface scattering, strand, options, etc, etc. We can go into those at a later time, but not now. We really want to focus on just these two here because they're going to make up most of what you're going to be doing. So I'm just going to hide all of that lot there. Okay, so the intensity on both of these simply turns up their values. So if they're both down at 0, you probably guessed it, that the image is completely dark and it's not reflecting any light at all. In this case, it's absorbing all the possible light. The diffuse, when we turn that up, well, if it's all at 1, we end up with a very matte finish. So there's lots of diffuse reflection coming from here. So we have that scattering effect that we looked at earlier. So this would be very similar to a terracotta pot. So if we change this to sort of, maybe that sort of colour, there you go. Oh, that's a bit too pink now. Very close. I was the second click. There, I'm not going to faff about with this. So there we go, sort of a terracotta pot. But if you were to gloss that pot, you would add some specular to it. So that will give it some highlights. So if we bring the specular up and see how it looks. Now in this case, this is looking rather plasticky still. And we may need to actually change the hardness. So if we lower that down, you'll find that the highlights get more and more spread out, and if we make it really, really, really hard, it goes up to 511, we end up with these very fine, wispy like highlights. So that changes the apparent hardness or sharpness of those reflections, and you can play about with those to your heart's content. Ramp, well, that changes the way that the colour is brought into the scene, and as we can see here, it enables a lot more options, and we're not going to go into those at the moment either. Just need to know about these two items here. Now these two here, the Lambert and Cocteau, they're the shader types. So you've got 5 options of diffuse shader and 5 options of specular shader. Now these change how the diffuse and specular shading is worked out, and it does vary quite dramatically between all of these. Fresnel, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, as you can see here, has changed it very, very dramatically, and these are quite sensitive. Let's turn it up maybe to 1.2 and maybe that down to 2, so you get a very sort of chrome-like effect going on with the Fresnel shader going on there. The Cocteau on here, well, if we change it, we see we get much sharper. I'm just going to change these now. You get a completely different feel and look to your model depending on which shader option you go for. Some of them will be very, very similar. So I quite like in this one the Warzido or Wardiso. I can't. Oh, here we go. It's use a Ward anisotropic shader. So there's lots of options there, and you can change these about to your heart's content and get the actual end result that you want. That's gone incredibly plasticky at this point, but there we go. We can see that the Orin Naya one gives this new option down here, roughness. So that will increase, I presume, the apparent roughness of a material, making it slightly darker by the looks of things. Now this is quite a smooth material, so I don't know whether we'd get a decent result playing about with it anymore. Now, if we look behind the area where we don't get any light at the moment, now this is, again, one of the things to remember with Blender Render. You won't get any bounce off of other objects, but you can fake some of that. I know we said we're not going to dip into the shading or anything lower, but one of the things that you can do is just make the material itself slightly emissive, as if it's giving off light. And of course it would give off light if there was something hitting the back. So if you turn up the emit value ever so slightly, all of a sudden the back is not completely dark. 1 or 2 is absolutely fine, and that just gives it a bit more detail in the background. There are other options down here. Feel free to play with them. One of my favorites is mirror, and turning the reflectivity all the way up. Of course, that's reflecting. What's it reflecting? Absolutely nothing. It's reflecting the environment around it. But obviously, you can play with that to your heart's content. Perhaps pop something in an environment and turn the reflectivity up. Okay, so to just finalise here, I've done the monkey Suzanne using all 5 different diffuse shaders. So over here in the outline, I'm just going to turn them on one at a time. So this is the, as I've said before, it's Fresnel. It's not, the S is actually silent, so I presume that's Fresnel. This is what it would look like. Turn Lambert on, we can see that that is ever so slightly different as well. The mini art is down here. Let's turn on the Oran. That's up there. And then finally the Toon shader. And we'll just let that render out. And you can see that each one is drastically different from the last one. They're completely different in their appearance. So it's worthwhile trying out the various ones to get the style that you want. Right, a quick challenge for you guys now, a reflection challenge. So assuming the same lighting conditions, grab a pen and paper and name yourself a material that is almost 100% specular. Then think about which materials you think have almost no specularity, that don't have reflections on them. Now look at items around you and you will suddenly start noticing this detail in objects themselves. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Well, looking around what I had my teapot here, lovely reflection in there, and my little Bluetooth headset, and they were very glossy and highly specular. We can clearly see reflections of the windows, amongst other things, in those objects. So going on to a medium specular, well, my microphone stand is sort of a satin finish to it and has quite clearly defined specularity on it, but it's not super reflective. Same with the toy train that I have on my desk for some bizarre reason. And I notice, of course, there is a bit of high specularity in the wheel hubs and the magnet on the front, but that's fine. The rest is sort of a medium. And then finally a low specular. I've got an old Nexus phone and the backer of it is very rubberized, so it doesn't really reflect anything at all. In fact, in this case, that leading edge there is really exaggerated because there's a light quite close to it. How did you guys get on? Hope you now get what diffuse and specular are, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to using an image as a texture. In this video, we're going to show you how to add a texture to your material. We're going to reinforce the diffuse and specular settings. We're going to model the board surround and then finally apply a texture to that board surround, making it look much better. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. So here we are in Blender and with our default cube. So let's zoom into our cube a little, hide the timeline. I'm getting a feeling I should just set this as my standard layout by now. And let's apply a material. Of course, there's going to be one already applied. I'm going to call it brickwork. And the next section along on the properties pane, this little checkered square here, that's the texture properties. So you can click on that there and we've got a list down here. Now I'm going to name this bricks, and then further down let's just have a look here. Type. Well, it needs to be an image in this case. There's loads of other options which are procedurally generated textures, but we're going to use in this case an image or movie. So if we select that and go into your assets pack, and you will find a texture. I can't remember what it's called. I think it's called bricks. Yes, it's called bricks.jpg. So open that up and it will give us an example of the texture itself. Now, is it applied to here? Well, we don't know at the moment while the viewport shading is set to solid. So change it now to rendered and we'll see how it goes. Okay, so it has applied it, but it does look a bit odd there. As you can see, it looks a bit funny down the sides there. So first of all, so we can see our entire object, I'm going to change our lamp to a hemi, just so the whole thing's highlighted. And then I'm just going to go round our cube. Okay, so this is a good example here. there's not a chance in the world that a wall is going to look that shiny, that glossy, unless someone's going around varnishing walls. So in our materials properties for the cube, if we go down and turn the specular either all the way down or off, yep, I'm happy with that now. And I'm just going to turn the diffuse up in this case. Okay, so let's hop back over into the texture. Scroll down a little. So what we're looking for here is the mapping. So at the moment, the coordinates for this texture are being generated by Blender for us, which is great, and their projection is flat, which is why we've got these lovely stripes down the side of our block work. We may want that, but in this case I certainly do not. So if we change the projection of that from flat to cube, you will see that, there we go. We've now got our texture applied to all of the sides. Now, as your model gets more and more complicated, and we will get to UV mapping and unwrapping later on, but you will need to do that. But since our models are quite simple at the moment with basic textures, this brickwork here, for instance, is working really well. The other one you can choose here is object, so we're mapping it to the object itself, and that does look a bit bizarre at the moment. And why is that? Oh, that looks very bizarre. It's kind of tracking our view at the moment because we've not selected an object for it to be mapped to. And if we select the cube as the mapping, there we go. It's mapped in a very similar manner as it was before. There are quite a few other options in the coordinates. We won't be using any of these at the moment. Okay, so finally the size and offset. Well, offset, as you could probably guess, shifts the texture from left to right, up and down, etc. And the size, well, this acts in the reverse manner as I was expecting it to. So if I halve the values of X and Y, the texture actually gets larger, as we can see there. And if I double the value of X and Y, the texture gets half the size. So it's very easy to get confused which way around those things are. I certainly did. I'm going to set them back to 1 for the moment. And you may need to alter this depending on the scale of the model that you're working on. In this case, that looks absolutely fine. And I'm happy with that. So I've just saved that brick cube for the moment, just in case I need it again in future. And I'm going to go and open up my chess scene. So let's go and model the surround to the board itself. So the first thing I'm going to do is add a plane object. Okay, that's added it in a funny location. I've got a couple of options here. I can go to the transform up here and relocate it at 0, 0, 0. I could go over here to the add plane in the operator panel and change that to 0, 0, 0. In this case, I'm going to choose to just undo the creation of that and use Shift and C to both center the view and put the 3D cursor bang in the middle of our scene. Then I can create our mesh plane. I think this is 24 radius. I'm not sure. Let's just give it a quick go. 24. Excellent. Right, we're going to use a little bit of a hack here to get this done. We're going to extrude. We're going to go into edit mode first before we extrude, and we're going to grab the edge loop running around the outside of this plane, and we're going to extrude by absolutely nothing. Odd, I may say, but this basically has duplicated that edge, so now we can scale it outwards. I must say at this point, if you do have the automatically merged vertices turned on the 3D editor header, that will not work, the process we've just done, because it will just merge the 4 vertices at the corners back into 4 rather than having the 8. So if that is on, you'll turn it off, and then we can scale that outwards. And I'm going to do this by eye. One of those two is absolutely fine, 1.2, 1.3. Brilliant. So I'm going to go into face select and remove this center face completely. And remember, when you're deleting, in this case we are deleting faces. And this middle one now I can extrude in the Z-axis by -1. Okay, that doesn't appear to have behaved itself. That's okay because the operator panel still has our transform in it that we've just done. And apparently I moved it in the x-axis, so I'm going to set that to 0 and that to -1, and that should... Excellent. We don't have the hashing on the top of the board, and we should find it's got some depth now. Brilliant. Okay, so finally here I'm going to grab the edge loop running around our board. I'm going to extrude in the z-axis, yep, by -2. Excellent, so it's got some thickness. Probably going to undo that and extrude in the z-axis by -3 to give it a bit more depth. Then finally fill in that face. Excellent. So because we've been going in the negative direction quite a bit, I can see straight away that a lot of the faces we've generated have got the normals around the wrong way. So whilst we're still in edit mode, let's select our entire model and just flip the normals around the right way with Control and N. And whilst we're here, let's just make sure we've not got any duplicate vertices by removing doubles. We haven't in this case, it's removed 0. Excellent work. So we've got our board ready to do there, and what we can do finally, I'm just going to bevel this edge. So I'm going to select the edge loop going round, hold down Control and B, and add in a bevel with 3 or so edges, and let's just have a look at the operator panel and see what the other options we have. I'm going to set that to a whole number. Segments, yep, that's fine. Vertex only, oh, that's interesting, but not what I want. Let's just work our way around here. Have a look at the profile. Yes, that's a nice profile. Bear in mind you can go a bit wacky on yours, pop feet on it, or whatever you want in that way. Clamp overlap. Okay. That's a bit better there. That centralizes it a little. Ah, I see. So that prevents it coming too close to the edge. Brilliant. That's exactly what I want in this case. Oh, that's an interesting. Going like that rather than the other way. I think I'm going to keep that. Excellent. Right. So let's just apply that. Sorted. And now I think it's time for a challenge. Okay guys, it's challenge time. I'd like you to add a wooden texture. So using the Brazilian rosewood texture in your asset pack, apply that to the board surround. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go and apply the Brazilian rosewood texture to our board surround. Okay, so we're back in Blender now. Let's go ahead and add a texture to our board surround. So first of all, I'm going to go to where it says plane and change the name of this to board surround. In fact, I'm going to put the word chess in front of it, and that's purely so it lines up with the one that's just chessboard. So the chessboard surround, I'm going to add a material to it, and I'm going to call it chessboard surround. That'll be a good name for it. So I'm just going to copy and paste in that name. And then I'm going to go straight over to the textures, create a new texture, scroll down a little more. In fact, I'm going to make this window bigger now. Open up section assets, Brazilian rosewood. Oh, that looks good. I'm going to turn on rendered straight away and see what it looks like. Why aren't we see anything? We've got the lighting hidden. So I'm going to hold down Control and turn both the lights on at once. Excellent. So we've got a couple of options here. That looks like a proper machined bit because you would probably, I think the term's metered, to get that 45-degree angle in there with the wood. Let's see if there's any other options that would suit. A bit of experimentation as always, never goes amiss. So the mapping at the moment, it's mapped to UV coordinates, and we can see there it's following the face that has been generated from there. So if we go to generated itself, I'm not too sure on that. The texture, it looks very big. it looks like or the board is, it makes the board look very small because the texture's there. So if we went in here and did X, Y, and I will do Z as well. Yeah, that looks okay as well. That's got grain in it. It does look a bit odd though. It does look uniform, but I do prefer the UV option that was coming out before. Let's just try object and set it to the chessboard surround. Wow, that's certainly too small there. So let's change that to 0.5, I think. No, it's going to have to be more than that. So I'm going to leave that at its previous selection at UV because that looks really nice. Now, the specularity of this, is that about right? Well, we've got to make a decision here. I don't think wood would be that polished. So I do want some specularity, but I don't want that much. So I'm just going to turn that down until I'm happy with it. I'm going to halve it first of all, and probably a little lower than that. Yes, I'm happy with it having some glare on it, some reflection of the lights in the environment, but not so much that it's too glaring. Right, brilliant. How did you guys get on? Please share your results in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to using procedural textures. In this video, we'll be introducing procedural textures and applying some to the checkers on the board. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. Now, procedural textures are very similar to the image texture that we've just placed on the board. However, the procedural ones often do rely on the diffuse color that you set for the material itself. So, if we go to our chessboard itself, we'll see that it has two materials applied to already, a white square and a black square. Great. So we're going to select the black squares in this case, and we're going to go to texture, and I'm going to create a new texture, and I'm going to call it black square so I don't get confused. Black square. Excellent. Now, when we were adding here with the type, image or movie, we've got all of these other options to choose from. Now, each one of these will have a different pattern. If we pick it, we can see that straight away we end up with this, what looks like a pink leopard skin going on. We certainly don't want that to happen, the pinkness there. And if we scroll right down, we can see the other color it's bringing in just down here. So in this case, we can change that from pink to white or a blue or something else, or maybe even an orange, who knows. And that really does look like a leopard skin at this point in time. Now, if we zoom in a little closer, we are in the rendered mode at the moment. We can see that there's this horrible line going through the middle of our square. Now, I'm pretty certain that this square is what we call planar, i.e. it's completely flat. However, it's trying to probably do a UV mapping to our, and yes it is here mapping the coordinate system's UV. If we change that to generated, well, it looks a bit odd. And that's because now that texture is spread out amongst all of these. We can see it's much larger than it was. If we try object, it's gone really, really small. If we set the object to the chessboard, well, that's still a bit spotty for my liking. So we've got some options here that we can go through. I do prefer generated, and perhaps if we were to make it a little smaller on the X, Y and Z. I like the way that it's spread out, making each one look considerably different. However, I'm not too keen on the type. This looks more of a tortoise shell now it's this big. So we can go back up here and we can change it to something else. And there's loads of different types that you can choose from. Most of them will be seen as a kind of noise, if you will. And there are various options. So we can see this, I think that's pronounced Stucky. If not, do forgive me, but that is the type of procedural generated texture that's going on here. If we change that to clouds, then when we scroll down, it would have changed to some cloud options. Oh, I quite like the clouds that it's put on there. Let's see if we can play about with it a bit more. So if I change that to hard, Ooh, that's much better. It's got sort of a grain to it. I don't know quite how to explain it, but I do like that. Let's play with the depth. Let's just shoot it up as high as it will go. Often the best way of seeing the difference between what these options will do is to go to extremes, high and low. Size, if we go a bit higher, we can see that spread out across the entire board. We probably don't want that, so let's go back down to around 0.2. Let's see what 0.1 looks like. Oh, that's a bit messy, that low. So again, you can go backwards and forwards and find out what you like. Now, I like that pattern, but I think the orange is too bright. So I'm going to go back to our material and scroll down. The diffuse color here is black, because it's a black square. So sorry, it's not that one, it's this color here. And I like the color, I just want it darker. So I'm going to drag down the lightness on the side here. I might have to make it a little different. And again, you get the hang of this playing about with it. I like that. It's now subtle, yet won't detract from the rest of the board itself. Brilliant. Okay guys, it's challenge time for you. I'd like you to texture the white squares for me. So using a procedural texture on the white squares, do exactly what we've done with the black ones. Choose a different type so it's kind of similar but different, and make sure it is visible, but again, make it subtle. We don't want it standing out and detracting. The board is the stage for our pieces to sit on, not the main feature. So pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop straight on over into Blender. Okay, so the white squares, so we can simply go to the chessboard, go down here, switch our material to white square. I'm going to go to the textures tab. Oh, need to scroll up in this case. I'm going to change that pink straight to blue. I've got a feeling white and blue might go quite well. And I'm going to name this texture white square. Okay, so we've got that. Let's change the type here to, let's just try anything for the moment. Not too sure on that one. Let's try marble. Marble's going to be cool, but that's a bit too spread out. So let's scroll down. Again, it's generated. Let's apply it to the object. Oh, that looks horrible. You can see how playing with some of these doesn't work out to your advantage. UV also looks horrible. So let's go back to generated, and it's just too big at the moment. So for the size here, let's lower that right down. 0.05 by the looks of it. That's a bit better. Yes, I do like that. A little lower, I think. Let's play with the depth. Turbulence. Oh, that's interesting. Not that high, though. A little higher than that. So you can go through here and play to your heart's content. Oh, I like that, but it's too pronounced. So we need to certainly tone that down a little. So I'm going to go to here. And let's bring that back up and drag it towards the lighter side of things. It's going to be incredibly subtle. If we're not too careful, it will just disappear. Okay. So we've got a kind of a marbled effect down there. Is there anything else we can do to help pronounce it? Perhaps change it to sharp. Yes, there are lots of options here. That looks like lacquer's peeling off at the moment. I think I'll stick to it being a bit softer in its tone. Oh, Blender Original. So there's a lot of different options we can have. Oh, that was a good pick. Let's try another one quickly. Yes, I do like that. So there we go. We've got our board now all mocked up and ready. A couple of things that I'm going to do that you don't have to do, but I'm just going to sort them out. I'm going to group these together under another empty. Again, you can group them just on top of one another if you want, but I'm going to create an empty for us after centering called, where's the empty's gone? I'm being blind. Empty, just a plain access. I'm going to call this chessboard. And another way you can parent objects is you can simply drag and drop them here in the outliner over the top of the parent that you want. So now the chessboard is all grouped together, so I can turn it on and off at will. Excellent. Oh yes, there was one final thing that I wanted to do there, and I just wanted to see what this looked like if I set the shading on the chessboard surround. So now we've got that. If we set the chessboard surround to smooth shading. Aha, yes. Do I like that better? I think I do. I'm not sure actually. I'm going to leave it with flat shading along the board. I think I prefer the sharper edges on it. Okay, brilliant. How did you guys get on? Please share in the discussions, and of course I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to quads versus triangles. Oh, and there's n-gons as well. So in this video, we're going to go over how it's better overall to make your models using quads, and we'll go on to explain what they all are in a few moments. Whatever you use, it is essentially being converted back to triangles anyway in the background, and what we want to make sure is that we have full control over our geometry, and we're going to be watching out for making things non-planar, and we'll explain that a bit more later on. So, what are they? Well, as you probably guessed, I'm very sorry if this insults anybody out there, especially the one on the left. This green object in front of us is known as a triangle. It's got 3 points joined together with 3 lines. It's the most simple 2D shape we can have, and it's also the simplest face we can have in our models. Quads are one vertex up from that, so it's essentially a simple quad. Here is a square, and everything we've been making so far, the chess pieces, the bowling pin, the bowling ball is made out of triangles, but everything else has been quad based. Just by the way that we've managed to construct it, it's ended up as quads. And we're about to start making a couple of pieces where we may get some non-planar quads, and we'll explain that in a bit. And then we've got n-gons, and n-gons is not just 5, but it's anything with more than 5 edges. So 5 plus vertices and 5 edges, making up that one face. Now, in general, we want to avoid triangles and avoid n-gons, and that's what we call good mesh topology. Now, if we've got a load of triangles, it can mean it's unpredictable how the mesh deforms or animates, and n-gons, well, we're leaving our mesh, our geometry, to the mercy of Blender on how it decides to deform an n-gon of all things. Anyway, so let's hop over into Blender and see what these things look like. So the first thing we should look around in Blender is something that we have been working on. So we've been working on our lovely chessboard here. So let's take a closer look at it. So let's hop over from the rendered mode into solid mode. In fact, I'm going to hit wireframe mode here just to see how things are laid out. We need to go into something else. Let's go into the chessboard mode, into edit. And, well, actually, let's hide everything else in this case. So let's hide these things here, keeping the chessboard surround about. There we go. So we've just got the chessboard surround here. Now, if we have a closer look at everything that goes on here, we will see that there are literally just quads everywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's a quad there, there's one there. If we zoom in, this face here is made of, I am on face select, excellent. That face there is made of 4 edges, and so forth and so forth. So everywhere on this particular model of our board, we've just got quads. So let's take a look at something else that we've made. In the bowling scene, we had our bowling ball, and if we zoom into that and switch on over into edit mode, we can see everything's made up of triangles with the exception of these holes. Now, if I can get a good look at the hole, we can see that these faces here are quads, and it ends in a triangle in the middle here. Now, there are some times when triangles are what we call acceptable, if you will, and that is when it comes to a point like it does here, and that point is called a pole. Now, a good example of a pole, if I create myself a new Blender file and delete our cube there, if we create ourselves a mesh object that is a UV sphere, if we go to the top of a UV sphere, you'll see that everything on it is quads until you get to the very top, which is a load of triangles meeting at one point, which makes it a pole where things join. Now, the problem with triangles and poles is if we went to go select this edge loop running around here, it would select it. But if we select this one here, it terminates at the pole. Blender just doesn't know where to go. It can't go straight over. It's got another, I can't remember, 31 possible paths that it can take from there, so it cannot draw a loop all the way around. So, but there are places where poles are acceptable. Now, n-gons are a funny one. So an n-gon is basically a face that's made up of more than 4 vertices. So if we get the basic cube here, and we hop on over into edit mode, and we grab one of these edges and just subdivide it. So we can do that in the tool shelf here, just hit subdivide once. And now we have a face that's made up of 5 vertices. It still looks like a quad, but we actually have a vertex here that we can pull out and reshape if we wanted to. Now, you also see that this little dot that's usually in the center of our square and cubes has been moved. It's been moved on this face and this one. So the center of the face has been shifted because there's an extra vertex here. So it's been weighted more to this side because there's 1, 2, 3 vertices on this side of our cube and only 2 on this side. Okay guys, it's challenge time. I'd like you to make the queen. So go ahead and make the queen without the spikes on the crown itself. We'll be dealing with those in the next section. Make sure that the model is made of quads only. The base itself can be left as an n-gon. So if you turn the queen upside down, you'll notice you've got an octagon on the bottom there. Don't worry about that, leave that as it is, but just make sure the rest of your model is actually an n-gon. Go around and make sure there are 4 sides per face. And then I suggest that you start with the bishop as a base piece. It's close to the queen's dimensions, and you can essentially just take the bishop's hat off, make the neck slightly bigger, and then plonk the crown for the queen on top. So pause the video now and go give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's hop straight on over into Blender. Right, so over in Blender, I've found our bishop. So the first thing I'm going to do is go File, Save As, and I'm going to save this low-poly queen. If I can get my cursor in the right place, there we go, low-poly queen. Excellent, and I'm going to check at the top that I'm working on the low-poly queen. Brilliant, and I'm going to change the mesh name over here just to work that out. Brilliant. So I've got all the basics lined up now. So let's go and change the reference material. Let's go and find the, where is it? Staunton Queen. Brilliant. And we're already in orthographic projection, so that's great. So we just need to flip over into the front view. Okay, now I think this picture is actually a bit small. Certainly the bishop itself last time was absolutely fine, but I think the queen is a little bit larger than this. So I'm going to use it as a basis, but then I'm probably going to enlarge my model afterwards. Anyway, so let's zoom into the top here, and I'm just going to make the picture a bit stronger in the scene. So similar to the bishop itself, who has kind of a hat on, if you will, the queen has also got her hat on, or a crown, and it looks like up until this point on the image is the same as this point on our model. So I'm going to use border select and deselect everything first, hop over into edit mode, switch over to border select, and just highlight everything up to the bottom of the crown. So that's absolutely fine, and when I delete, because I haven't selected these edges here, it's not a big deal, because when I delete I can select vertices as the option to delete, and that would also delete the edges itself. I've forgotten to delete the other side, and there's a couple of options. Of course, I could switch into wireframe mode, or I could have turned on limit selection to visible, this one next to face select here on the 3D editor header. So I'm going to flip back into front view. Here we go. Then using border select by pressing B again, we can go around that. Excellent. delete, and this time the vertices as well. So there we go, we've got our model here. Now I'm going to grab the neck. So again, I'm going to press B, highlight all of that lot, and just use the 3D manipulator widget and lift it up to about that height. Brilliant. I'm going to select this edge loop running around here. So I'm in edge select, that one there, and just scale it outwards ever so slightly. And the same with this edge loop just above it. Let's scale that out. And I'm just going to bring this very top bit down. Okay, to about there. So that's that bit done. And now we can go ahead and create the rest of the Queen's crown. We can see that it goes up and then back in on itself. And we can deal with the geometry for that in a bit. But I'm going to simply just extrude from the top here in the Z axis to... do we want to keep that ridge there? I'm going to ignore that ridge, but I'm going to go to here and then all the way to the top of our crown. Now, before we do anything else, I'm going to scale that out. And since we're locked in the Z plane, we are definitely scaling only along the XY plane. Right, so now I can tilt round, come out of wireframe mode. I'm going to fill in that face. Now, that is one big n-gon at the moment, so that's fine. We're going to still make it quads, because after we've filled it in, we can then press I to inset, and we'll worry about making... Well, it'll probably come to a pole at the very top. So that's going to be at the top of our crown there. And let's extrude that back into our model, and we can worry about the angles and everything in a bit. We're going to inset back in and pull this bit up, and that will create the top of the Queen. And let's switch back over into front mode. Right, and then we've got a ball on top as well. So perhaps I lifted up that just a little bit high to about there. And then we're going to create a similar ball to that which we put on top of the bishop. So I'm going to move the 3D cursor to around there for us. For the ball itself, I'm going to make sure the 3D cursor's position in the properties pane, X definitely needs to equal 0, Y definitely needs to equal 0 as well, and Z, well, that's not a problem at the moment because we can move that to our heart's content in a bit. So we need to add a UV sphere, so let's go and add a UV sphere. And it needs to have 8 segments to match up with our model. And if we go to 4, that's brilliant. Let's, in the rings, and let's scale that down so it's about the right size. Perfect. Lift that up. And this is where your artistic talents come into play. I'm actually going to separate this from our model with P by selection. So we've got the little mesh that we've been working on separate, because I'm going to recombine it back into the model in a moment. I'm going to go back to the main body itself into edit mode and select that top and just scale it in so it comes to more of a point. I'm going to add a loop around the top there just so I can manage the way that sort of her hat, if you will, comes in, her crown comes in around there, so it's a bit more curved. And then finally, I'm going to combine these two together. I'm happy with how they're laid out. Let's just have a look. The lines will all converge as they need to be. Right, so I'm going to use a Boolean operator here. So I'm going to select our... Oh, there's still a cube in the scene somewhere by the looks of things. Let's get rid of that. That's messy. So with that rogue cube gone, we can select our bishop and operate, let's add a modifier of Boolean. We're going to combine, so a union between that and the one further down, and click apply. I'm happy with how it looks. And then if we go and hide our ball, that's gone, and the bishop, well, it still says bishop, I should say queen. Low poly queen. Excellent. And we can get rid of the ball on top now because it's just doubling up on what we have already. Excellent. I'm happy with that. Apart from, I do want... Let's flip round to the front. I do want it to be a bit more jagged, if you will, or spiky, so we need to make these the top of this crown a bit spikier, I suppose. So let's grab the inside edge. Let's hop over into edit mode. Turn off seeing through our model so I've got more control. I'm going to grab this edge loop here and just scale it outwards to bring it more to a point. In fact, I might scale it right on top of that and get rid of this ridge running round. So I'm going to turn on snapping, I'm going to merge vertices, and I'm going to make sure snapping is to the vertex. Excellent. So we're going to scale. I'm just going to lock it to there. And that should have made that perfect. Excellent. So the next thing would be to pop the spikes around this top edge loop here. And we'll be doing that in the next lecture. See you soon. Welcome to non-planar geometry. In this video, we're going to understand that non-planar geometry only happens with quads and n-gons. By definition, a triangle is always planar, and we'll explain a bit more of that in a moment. It is important to realise that rendering and exporting absolutely always converts your geometry into triangles. You do lose control over the rendering if you don't have a planar surface, because you're leaving it up to the renderer to sort out how to use your triangles, essentially. You can't always see this in the 3D window, so you might not realise it has happened, and we'll show you a couple of examples where we go on to make the Queen's crown, how that can disturb us. And finally, it does make a huge difference with flat models and flat shading, which is exactly what we're working in at the moment. All of our model is, in fact, flat surfaces, and later on when we make our lamp in the next section, there's a lot of flat surfaces in that, so it's important to make sure that they are planar, otherwise they will look odd during rendering. Now, triangles and n-gons, if your model comes to a point at any point, you might need a triangle. We're going to try and avoid n-gons where possible, although when you start subdividing your surfaces, you're likely to create an n-gon elsewhere. That's something that will happen. And of course, you don't have to worry too much about that, providing you feel or you know that you're in control of that bit of geometry. It is important to know that you will break loops when doing this. So edge loops and face loops will be broken the moment you do this. And you want to keep those edge and face loops to enable you to edit and deform and control your model accurately wherever possible. Now, this is a chess piece, so we're not going to worry too much about deformation. So over in a default Blender file, we have the cube in front of us. Now, let's work with that cube as it's a 3D object that we can manipulate and see the effect. First of all, if you're not already, do make sure you're on flat shading. You can do that over in the tool shelf itself. So we're on flat, excellent. I'm also just going to hide the outliner and the properties windows over here. So I'm just going to get rid of those and turn off the tool shelf whilst I just duplicate the current window that we've got. Let's try that again, brilliant. And I'm going to set one of these windows to a permanent rendered mode on the viewport shading. And that means any changes we make over here, we'll see over here as well. And I'm going to zoom in because we're going to play with the top of this cube. So let's zoom in over here as well. Go into edit mode and make sure on vertex select and just select one of them and pull it up ever so slightly or push it down, it's up to you. Now we see that even though on the 3D view itself it looks like that's a relatively smooth, well, I don't want to say the word smooth, but a flat surface moving up there, we can see that when Blender decides to render it, we get this horrible line across here, not what we want. Now, we are dealing with flat shading here, and we're dealing with flat surfaces. Now, that means that anything that is non-planar, and we've made the top of this cube was planar until we moved one of its vertices out, and that's made it non-planar. And this is the way that Blender has decided to muck around with our model and make it into a planar surface so it can render it. So it's split, as it does anyway, it's split this into triangles. And that is what we mean by losing control. I've got no control how that's split up. Now, if I wanted to have this corner higher than the other, the best thing to do would be to add further geometry so that it's planar and also does that if it's a flat model. When we push it back down into its neutral position, it once again is planar, and we can see that over in the rendering. If we pull that out there, we will see that this edge is now the problem edge. Now, if we're really extreme with this, so let's lift that up really high, you'll get this type of effect going on. So from the side in the render, it looks like it comes down and then it moves off almost at not quite a right angle, something like 60 degrees or so. But in our model itself, it looks absolutely fine. So you can see that if you weren't very careful when constructing your model, you'll be over here working away, not being very lean, not taking it to the rendered section. So this would be an ideal workflow when you're modeling and you're not sure if you're going to make a non-planar surface. You can see it in live that that is in fact not what we think we're going to get over in this view. So let's look at some of these solutions in more detail. Okay, so the solutions to this non-planar issue that we're going to have with our flat shaded models, or anything with a flat surface. Now, good mesh topology from the beginning always helps with whatever you're doing, and also being lean and checking your model through, as we have been with the cube. We've got a rendered view straight there, so we can spot any issues as they happen, rather than having to remodel later on, which is very easy to fall into the trap. You get in there, you're modelling away, and all of a sudden find that you've made a big mistake for the last half hour, and you've got to start again. Finally, we've got these two options here. There are a few more as well, but these are the two main ones. You can turn on mesh analysis, and that will highlight a surface in by default bright blue if it's not planar. And I'll show you how to adjust that in a few moments. If we do a scale along the normal of a face itself to 0, that will flatten the face itself. Unfortunately, that has the side effect sometimes of making other connected faces also non-planar, so you can end up in a right pickle. But again, this only matters if it makes an impact further down the line. So it's worthwhile bearing in mind, we don't want the tail wagging the dog. If you are happy with the look of your model at this stage, that's absolutely fine. We're not going to be deforming, we're not going to be mucking around too much with the underlying geometry. So let's go have a look at mesh analysis and manually making a face planar again over in Blender. So let's turn on our, not tool shelf, sorry, our properties pane on this one here. And if we scroll down, we've got mesh analysis towards the bottom. Popping a tick in that, it looks a bit funny, I know. But we can adjust here the type from overhang, which is good if you're working with 3D printing, to distortion. And these values here, we want this is the minimum angle to display and the maximum angle to display, which is great if you've got certain angles you need to adhere to as well, again with 3D printing or other considerations, perhaps an engineering consideration. But in this case, we want the maximum one to actually be 0. We don't care, we just want to know if it's not planar. And then finally, this one here, where you can lower it down to 1 degree, but that, as you can see, if we move this edge down, at some point it will be less than 1 degree, but still non-planar. So we can, I don't know whether we'll see this in the rendered view or not. If we made the cube much bigger, I'm sure we would, but that's not exactly planar at the moment, and we can tell that because our Z value needs to be 1 in order for it to be a true planar surface. What you can do, of course, is in here go type 0.001 or something silly like that, tiny. That means any movement whatsoever will make this face bright blue, and you'll tell instantly that it's non-planar. The other option is to select the face, making sure that you're scaling in the Z-axis of the face itself and scale it to 0. Okay, I'll run through that once more. So assuming we've made a non-planar surface like that, you'd select the face itself, you'd scale it, then you press Z twice. So once is for the global normal, and then Z again is for the local normal, and we can see it change in the lower left. And then if you set it to 0, it will flatten the face out again. So let's go and have a look at this in action over on the Queen that we're currently modelling. So in File, Open Recent, and I'm going to go to my low-poly Queen. So let's turn on Mesh Analysis here and see if we've got any non-planar quads at the moment. So Mesh Analysis on. Distortion, I'm just going to set it at 1 degree, don't need it any lower than that, and maximum of 0. Okay, so looking around our model, it's looking pretty clean at the moment. Let's just test to make sure it is working. So in edit mode, I'm going to select a vertex, and move it about, and we can see it's these triangles at the top. Notice they're not going blue because a triangle by definition can only be planar. The quads, however, are not. And if I'm wobbling that about, you can see they're going towards being planar and away all the time. I'm just going to escape out of that since I don't want to make it non-planar. Now, the top of our Queen, if we want it to be pointy, we've got a couple of options that we're going to have to do. Because it's pointy, essentially you're going to have to end it as a set of triangles. Now, I certainly want the outside to remain more quad-like than the inside. I'm happy at being triangles here. This is an artistic decision. An alternative way of doing that would also be to add some tiny quads to the very top and then make a kind of funky crown. Now, we are going to have to do some subdivision at some point or some geometry reconstruction in order to keep the style that we're going for at the moment. But again, this is artistic style. You may enjoy or indeed like the aesthetic appeal of it doing some triangulation. So there are no hard rules here, but what I would like to keep throughout our model, I'm just going to turn the mesh analysis off again. I would like to keep this octagonal feel around all of our pieces, especially on the outside. I don't mind if the inside ends up a bit triangulated in order to make this top. So we are going to include triangles. They're already at the top there anyway. And as well as triangles, when we do some subdivision, I'm sure we're going to end up with a couple of n-gons. Now, those won't matter unless they stop us deforming the object or they cause a rendering problem later on. As long as the mesh topology is good and we end up with the flat shading that was necessary to create this model, that's absolutely fine. So let's hop on to the next lecture. Welcome to edge rings. In this video, we're going to learn about edge rings, how they help you manage your geometry, and finally, the definition of an edge ring is a series of edges which are not directly connected, however share faces with one another. So to explain that, let's hop over into Blender. Once we're in Blender, I've opened up a brand new blend file. So save the work you're working on and just open up a new Blender file. Brilliant. So let's delete the standard cube that we've got and create ourselves a good object to see this in action is a UV sphere. So go and add yourself a UV sphere and maybe scale it up a little so it's large in our workspace here. Brilliant. So this is a great example. So what we've done so far is we've selected edge loops, which are rings running round our objects. Okay, so that is an edge loop running along, I think that's longitudinally, if I could speak, and latitude along there as well. So those are the two edge loops or ways the edge loops work in here. Now an edge ring is very similar, whereas with the edge loop we're holding down Alt as we're clicking these edge loops. The shortcut for edge rings is Control and Alt. So when you click that, you'll notice that, let's just start. We're doing vertices here. So make sure you're on Edge Select. There's always a good one. And hold down Alt and Control when you're selecting. And you can see it's selected, as the definition says, they're not directly connected with one another, but they're part of the same faces. And those run all the way around. And that's a slightly different selection than, of course, if you did the face select around. So if and it's very similar in some of the operations, because if we scale that in and out, it will operate in a very similar manner as scaling the face ring in and out along there because you're manipulating certain edges. But it does give you more control over the geometry. So if you ever need to delete a certain series of edges, so if we deleted those edges and edges alone, we've cut the top of our ball in half, which is maybe useful if you wanted to add more geometry. And of course, then you can select this top bit, bottom bit, and then fix it with edges and bridge the edge loops. Then it comes back to shape again. So it's a great way of manipulating your geometry, and you may find it useful in the next few sections, especially when you start creating a bit more bespoke geometry. Okay guys, it's challenge time. I'd like you to finish the Queen's crown. So we're going to be creating the Queen's crown. I'd like you to be inventive and creative. Go a bit wild with it, if you will. Remember to keep it simple as the rest of the model is. If you make the crown too complex, it will look out of place. I do suggest you save as and try sticking with quads, and also try using triangles as well and see the results that you can get with them. So a few hints for this challenge. Save your file now. You should be saving regularly, but we're about to muck about with the file. So, and we're quite likely to at some point muck it up completely. So of course, saving it is a great way of going back to the beginning. You can always go File, Revert, and start again. Be prepared for the deletion and creation of geometry, especially if you go down the triangles route. Very straightforward to make a crown in principle, but you'll soon come into some shortfalls depending on which way you go. But have fun with it and don't get too frustrated. Remember, you can always undo it and start again if necessary. Just a reminder that the snapping tool itself may be your best friend, especially if you're creating geometry. So the solution that I'm going for, as I was alluding to earlier, I want the outside of my crown to remain flat. I'm quite eager for that to happen in this case. The inside, where it goes into the crown itself, I'm quite happy if there are a few triangles inside there. Now that will break some loops, but at this point in time I'm happy because the triangles themselves I'm going to get right as I'm making them. Okay, so pause the video now, go give that a go. I'd love to see your results as well, and I'll see you in a few moments where I'm going to make this. Okay guys, welcome back. How did you get on? Let's crack on in Blender. Okay, so over in Blender itself, we've got our queen here. Now they're coming to a point, so at some point we're going to have to actually subdivide this edge going around here, so we've got some points to go through so they can go in this zigzag method up and down. Now looking at our model, there's a couple of ways we can go about that, but we do need to be careful of the order of which we do things. So if I subdivide this face ring going round here, it will make the face loops either side null and void because they'll suddenly have nowhere to go. It'll also create n-gons around this bit here and this bit on the inside as well. Now I'm happy with that, so I'm going to delete the inside bit anyway. So bearing that in mind, if I'm going to be deleting this inside bit, I should select it now, and in face mode of course, and delete it whilst we're here. So it's important to now decide which deletion method we're going to do. I want to delete the edges going around here as well. In fact, in this case, I will probably just want to delete the faces themselves, or the edges. Well, I don't want to select the inside edges and delete them. So it's just going to be the faces in this case. Excellent. So that's gotten rid of some of our geometry here. I'm now going to select this face loop going around and simply subdivide it. And that's going to give us some midpoints we can work to. The next thing to do is to actually make the midpoints themselves. And we're going to have to do a couple of things here in order to combine the geometry into that. So I'm going to want to pull some of these edges together. Now I'm going to keep this series of face flatness coming up our model. So I'll want to join these two bits together. So from there to here. There's a couple of ways I can do that. I can obviously split the face in two. If I grab this vertex, I mean one of the things we could do is turn on snapping and move that vertex over here. That would create one triangle, but we'd lose the ability to make the triangle on the other side. So at this point, I am literally going to go round this loop. So this is still selectable as a face loop if we're in face select. So around here, and I'm going to delete the faces. So let's go in and X and only faces. There we go. So that's left our geometry around here. That's great for building up what we're about to do. And let's go to vertex select, and we're going to literally fill in these gaps. So I'm going to use the F key here to fill in. So that's those bits there. And we're just going to literally go around the model now and do this a couple of times, probably 16 in total. Now, when you're constructing geometry itself, it can be quite time consuming. I've spent a few minutes actually thinking about what I wanted to do before going ahead, and by doing this, we've essentially created a framework that allows the geometry I'm creating to be planar with the area underneath, and so therefore look flat when we're shading. I've tried loads of other ways of doing it, and it just doesn't work. So the next thing is to just go around and basically remove the support pillars that we've been working on. I think that's the final one. Excellent. So we've deleted those edges there, and now we've got some geometry that we can work to. Now it needs to come back in as well, and to make sure I'm not totally confused, 1, 2, 3, 4. That actually keeps it as 4 as well if we go through and delete these middle vertex or middle vertical edges. Too many things starting with V here. So there we go. Now we can fill in these as we go as well. So fill, that's actually a quad, which is kind of cool. Fill. Excellent. So I want to build triangles up now going to this point here. So I essentially want that edge there and here, and that's going to be one face. And then I'm just literally going to hold down shift to remove a vertex that's the last one in a line and literally go around our model. So we've only got one vertex to remove every time, and it'll be the last one in the line, as we can see going around there. And let's just check it as we go. That looks good to me. What I haven't done, of course, is flipped into rendered mode. That looks lovely there, and that looks nice on the inside as well. We've got the triangles where I want triangles, which is quite important. Okay, excellent. So there we go. That's created. I will now just have a quick look and see which parts of my geometry have been ruined. So I can no longer select the edge loop running around there, and I probably can't select this one, but I can select this one. So now I'm aware that this is a 5-sided n-gon, but I'm happy with that as it is, because I know it's like that, and we're not going to deform it in that place. If we were going to deform or animate around that area, then I'd certainly consider adding further geometry so I can control the deformation. This crown around the top, well, that's not an issue there. If anything, what I would like to do is add in an edge loop just here. So that acts as the base of the triangle. And then I've got a bit more control over the shape and position of, let's lock that to the Z and move it down ever so slightly. So I've got a bit more control there over my model itself. And then it looks a bit more like a crown. In fact, I'm going to move this edge loop in ever so slightly so it's not chamfered. And I've still got snapping turned on. I want to turn that off to stop me ruining my own model. Then finally at the top here, one of the things I noticed while I was in face mode is there are these dots running around here. Now that is simply because there is an ingrowing face somewhere that's tiny, and I don't think that adds anything to the model itself. So I'm going to grab the edge loop running around there and literally just move it up slightly so it's there, and perhaps scale it out as well. And that will give the ball on top a bit more prominence as well. In fact, I'm going to grab this edge loop and move it up as well, just in the Z-axis, so that these are roughly the right height and it rounds off quite nicely. Brilliant. How did you guys get on? Let's hop over into rendered mode. I'd love to see what you came up with for your Queen's Crown, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the mirror modifier. In this video, we're going to show you how to set up and use the mirror modifier, and also start creating our night. So let's go explore this mirror modifier over in Blender. Okay, so we've opened up a default Blender file. I'm going to expand this area here so I can see our modifiers tab, and just go straight away. We can see the cube selected and add a mirror modifier. That's under the generate options, as all the ones we've used so far are, and mirror is about halfway down. Once you've applied the modifier, it works in object mode and edit mode. Now, it's not going to reflect the object itself if we move it to the side or over here. It actually applies to the mesh within the object itself. So let's just recenter it for ease. And if we hop on over into edit mode, we can start manipulating it and seeing what's going to happen. So I'm going to grab this vertex here and just pull it out slightly. Excellent. So what is happening here is it's within itself, as we can see, because the whole cube itself is being modified at this point. It's been reflected, even though the x-axis is ticked, it looks like it's being reflected down the y-axis itself, as if there was a mirror positioned along there. If we switch it to just the y-axis, well, it looks like you've placed a mirror on the x-axis itself. And finally, the z-axis, well, as you've probably guessed, that looks like it's sat here along this plane here itself. So that's how you change which part is mirroring, and you can have them all turned on at once if you want to. Now, we've got a couple of options here. Now, merge is quite important when you're working on a model. It pretty much just merges any vertices that happen to lie upon the plane of reflection. So down here, for instance. So in this case, if you were to modify this cube itself, you would start with half the cube. So let's go back now and just do that. Let's just click the little eye icon so we can't see the modifier being applied. We'll grab this face over here, and we're going to move it in the x-axis. Move it in the x-axis. This isn't working. Why not? Oh, I've accidentally deleted it. Well done. I'm going to move it in the x-axis by 1, and that will push it up against this x equals 0 threshold here. So now when we turn it back on again, we don't get the weird stuff happening. And the modifier itself means that where these vertices join in the middle, it will only have one set. It won't duplicate them on top of one another. Clipping, well, it prevents vertices going through the mirror during transform. And the vertex grouping mirrors vertex groups. So now that we know how the mirror modifier works, let's go hop over and start creating our night. So I'm going to open up the, where is it here? We've got the base, and I stuck that in the archive. The low, the chess piece. Here we go, chess piece base. We're going to start with that one. So now that we've opened up our low poly chess piece base, first of all, I'm just going to add the necessary, I'm going to call it night for a start. And up here, I'm just going, down. Not up, but down. There we go. I'm just going to change the image that we're working from to the night itself. So I've got something there. I'm going to turn the opacity up so I can see it, and just check that's all working as it should do. Perfect. Our night is ready to start tracing out. So final thing here is to just save it as and call it low poly night. Perfect. Now that that's called night, we just need to apply the mirror modifier itself. So we're going to have to cut this in half and then apply a modifier to it.
Now, there's one final thing that we need to discuss before you go ahead and use the mirror modifier, and that's if your origin isn't in the right place, or you start moving or rotating stuff around, you can cause a bit of disruption to the mirror modifier. So, just as a quick example, I'm going to toggle limit selection to visible off, and just using a border select, I'm going to select some of my mesh and delete it to just show you what can happen. So I just want to delete vertices in this case, and we've got half a model left. Now, ordinarily, if you hop into object mode and go to the mirror modifier and apply that, we would get a reflection going on. I seem to be blind, or it's not appearing.
Let's just make sure I'm applying it to the right thing. It's called night. That's fine. Let's just try that again. Add mirror modifier. Ah, there we go. Needed it on the Y plane. Right. So now I'm reflecting around there. It looks absolutely fine. However, if for some reason this one was rotated round slightly and not aligned, it will cause something to go wrong. The other thing that can happen is if you created your geometry or moved your origin at some point, let's pop the origin over here, you'll see that it also changes the model quite drastically. And what you thought the mirror modifier would have done changes it a little, and not in a good way. So in that case, make sure that A, you're aligned properly, and B, you haven't rotated, or this is the common one, you've rotated half your object ever so slightly, and that causes things to break apart. So I'm just going to undo quickly. So we've got this area here, and in edit mode, if you've ended up with something that's looking like that or like that, in fact, if I rotate it around the Z-axis, that's more than likely what would happen. You'd have to actually align them back so they were straight along the axis you're reflecting along in order for it to work. So with that little thing that I know is going to trip up some of you if you haven't made this base exactly square, it's time for a challenge. I would like you to set up a mirror modifier. So we're going to set up a mirror modifier on our knight, ready to construct the head of the knight, so it's even on reflected on both sides. And I'd like you to make sure you cut the base in two along the mirror plane itself. So you'll end up with the mirror modifier reflecting the other half of the base you've just deleted. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go apply that mirror modifier. So back over in Blender, let's start applying this mirror modifier. So you will want to, I'm looking at it, I believe, from the front. I'll just check that. Yes, I am. So I'm either going to pick the left or the right side to do. It doesn't really matter. And I'm going to select everything on this right-hand side. So let's just highlight it with the border select. I will say box select. Missed it there, but I think we'll need to select all the way through our model as well. Yes, we will. So let's just do that again. Let's go back round to the front. Turn on this option here, which is to limit the selection, or rather turn limit selection off. Press B for border. Highlight through. Brilliant. And this way, we can actually just delete the vertices, and that'll delete the faces and edges that also these vertices touch. Let's try that now. X and delete the vertices, and we end up with half a model. Now we also end up with no base on our model and nothing around the top here. Nothing around the top here isn't going to be an issue for us, but this bottom bit maybe we might forget. So the top bit we're going to build upon, but the bottom bit we're likely to forget, or I certainly am likely to forget. So what I'm going to do there is, whilst I remembered, I'm going to select the edges going around and just put a face across there with a fill. That will be an end gone, but since I'm not going to see it, since it's hidden away, I'm fine with it being on the bottom there. Okay, so now that's done, we just need to apply the mirror modifier. So I'm going to hide these bits and bobs here so I can see more of the work I'm working on. I'm just going to pull this out. The mirror modifier, going to add that straight away. Oh, and I've got the right axis straight away as well, so that's brilliant. I don't need to do anything else. Now I'm not going to apply the modifier, I'm just going to keep it, because then when I start modifying this side of the horse later on, it will automatically apply to this side as well. Brilliant. How did you guys get on? I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the Edge Split Modifier. So in this video we're going to be focusing on creating a freeform model, the body of our knight. We're going to be ensuring the faces are not triangulated when being created to keep with our style. So we're going to have a render window open just so we can spot if that's happening. We're going to be introducing the Edge Split Modifier, and that's going to help us with the issue we're going to suffer when modeling this knight. And essentially what we're going to do here, this is the basis of organic modeling. So it's a great introduction to more organic forms, a horse being an animal. So let's hop straight on over into Blender. Right, so we have the base that we've just created. Let's hop over to a side view. Let's grab the right view. Excellent. So we need to do a bit of modifying at the base here. We can see that the knight itself is much chunkier than the other pieces on our board. So I didn't mean to move away. I wasn't holding down the right key. So we're going to select these couple of edge loops at the top and just pull them out slightly. But before we do that, if I move our model around now that we've got selected, if I just scale that, you can see on our model that it separates on the mirror modifier, or it pushes through and creates horrible geometry. So before we do that, let's escape out of it and just turn on, under the options on the mirror modifier, clipping. And this is a great example of what it does, is it doesn't allow it to go through itself. Great. So let's hop over into the right-hand view again and just scale that out ever so slightly. So it's a good starting point for the rest of our night. This top edge loop, in fact, I'm going to remove. I don't think I need it in this case. So I'm going to delete it. I'm going to delete the vertices so the edges coming down from it as well also get removed. Now I'm going to select this edge loop around the top, make sure it is selected, and of course it doesn't go all the way around because that bit over there does not exist. Flip back over into the right view, and I'm simply going to extrude upwards. Now it doesn't really matter if we slant going forwards and back. I'm just going to put in basically I'm going to place it every time there's a change in direction. Just helps with the model itself. Of course, I don't want too much detail, but I do want to keep enough for it to go. Now, as I'm placing this, I'm going to have to do either some scaling or rotating or doing something with it in a moment in order to make it go around the horse's head. So on this next one that we extrude up, I'm going to place it roughly, I think, about there. But this time press the R key to move it round. Now, we don't want to do it too quickly, otherwise it will screw the horse's head into itself, and we don't want to do that. I'm just going to move this one round as well. Okay, so that's starting to look quite good moving around there. Before we carry on, let's just have a look at our model already. I'm going to turn on the mesh analysis we had a look at earlier, and I'm going to turn it on to distortion, set it at just 1 degree there and 0 over here. Now there's no colors on our model yet, and that's because our mirror modifier is turned on. So if I click the little eye, we'll see that, well, we've got some planar quads, but also some non-planar quads going on. So if we hop over into rendered mode on the viewport shading here, we can see we're starting to get some triangulation going on, and that's not what I want. Now we could go through and we can try and correct this, but there's a great tool that will solve this for us. First of all, what we do need to do is just make this window 2 windows so we can see what goes on one side. Okay, so in object mode on the tool shelf you can enable smooth shading, and it makes it look a bit odd being so low poly. However, in our modifiers we can add a modifier, another one, so where it says add modifier we can have a drop down or drop up depending on your size of screen, and we can enable, if I can see it, the edge split. So it's the 5th one down. Oh no, it's probably further down than that. It's the 7th one down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's the 6th one down on the generate column. Now when we put the edge split modifier on, what that does with a smooth model is when the angle between two faces is, or two edges rather, is greater than a certain amount. In this case, we see lower down our edge split modifier. The split angle is 30 degrees. Now, if I decrease that, it becomes more and more blocky, and obviously if I increase that all the way up to 180, it goes smooth everywhere. So it's a great way of making a model with angles. It's not the only way, but it is one of the easiest ways. And if I set that as 0, lo and behold, it's managed to make our triangles go away. Very, very useful indeed. Okay, it's challenge time. I'd like you to create the knight. So we've started, and so we will finishing off the knight's body, focusing on quads. Now, because we've started from quads and we've extruded from quads, we will end up with quads if you continue creating the rest of your model like that. I suggest creating the mane and the ears using a loop cut rather than subdividing, because this will enable you to carry on looping around your model and be able to divide it when necessary. Now, just before you go and do this challenge, there are a couple of things I want to reassure you basically with. So, first of all, making all your quads planar is going to be a challenge if your model is already quite skewed, and the edge split modifier might not actually work. Speaking of the edge split modifier, I wouldn't recommend you apply it. That will not solve your problems if you're still struggling to get them planar. Again, do focus on quads. Try and make them non-triangular where possible. Now, it did take me 6 attempts at the knight in order to make sure all the faces were planar. So don't be afraid to restart your model if necessary. Now, this won't be a problem in general when you're modeling. This is an extreme example where every face of your model is flat and it's a quad and not a triangle or any other shape. So this is just to highlight the problem in an extreme example. Do your best, and if necessary, practice and practice, and you will get there.
So one of the things to watch out for with modifiers in particular, unless you have a need to apply a modifier, then do not apply it. It enables you to edit your model really quickly. So for instance, in this particular model, I've got the edge split modifier that I'm going to use, but I am not going to apply it. If I do apply the edge split modifier, as the name suggests, it will split all of the edges. So we'll go from our couple of 100 polygons that we'll have to a couple of 1,000, because every vertex of every face will be duplicated, and that's a bit crazy. So just in general, don't apply a modifier unless you need to. The modifiers are there to speed up workflow so you don't have to repeat yourself or do an extra operation.
Okay, pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go finish off our knight. Welcome back over into Blender. So let's finish off creating our knight. One of the things I'm going to do here is I'm happy with the rendering output for the moment, and I've got very limited screen space, so I'm just going to hide that away. And I'm also going to make this a little smaller. I don't really need it at the moment, but I may need it in a bit. So I'm just going to drag it away so I can pull it out again later. But I'm not going to get rid of it because they're going to be useful. I'm going to hop straight back over into the right view so I can finish off creating it. So I'm going to hop into edit mode, extrude a bit more here, place that there, rotate it round, not too much of course. I'm just going to move it out in fact, and we can scale it in, and we can move things about a bit more in a moment. I'm going to rotate that around just a little bit more, extrude, and we're going to carry on working like this as we go around. I've sped up the video just slightly because I'm literally at this moment in time selecting edges, extruding, scaling those in, rotating them as you can see there, checking around the model now to see what's going on. I hadn't applied the mirror modifier and it looks like I pulled out slightly, so I've just undone those last few extrudes, hopped back over into this side view here and started just working on the front again. So again, emphasizing the point of lean. Check your model regularly and thoroughly as you go forward so you detect these problems as you go and they don't surprise you at the end. Now here I want to follow the natural curvature of our horse. So I've switched into vertex select, and I'm pulling these vertices in to follow the natural definition of the horse itself as we go round, leaving space, of course, for the mane as we go. And we'll be creating the mane in a few moments. Right, the final thing here is just adjusting the head shape so it feels right and looks right, just as a low poly model. As you can see, we just want to balance out the horse as it comes around, because these loops of face loops going around will define its shape itself as we go. I'm just going to tuck that in a little more, give it a little more of a rounded nose, and let's just hop round and see how that's looking. Now it looks a bit odd at the moment, but rest assured it will look more horse-like in a moment. One of the problems is it's of a almost continuous width as we go, and we don't want that. So one of the things we can do here is start grabbing a couple of edges going around, not necessarily edge loops, but that edge, that one. Let's hold down shift as we go round. Right, those ones there. Oh, not this one here, but that one there. And maybe the one right next to it. And what we can do then is, once we've got these selected, is we can actually just move them in slightly, making our horse a bit narrower. Because horses aren't so... there we go. So it's wider base where the body is and slightly narrower at the top. In fact, I'm going to make it even narrower. I prefer that. Now, there's a loop going around where the neck is. Well, actually, I'm going to add a loop cut here for a bit more definition. Going around here. And I'm going to scale that in. So, oh, well, it looks like I'm strangling the horse. Do I want to scale it in? Does that just look really odd now? I think I'm going to leave it as it is. Had an idea of bringing the neck in ever so slightly, perhaps just this bit here, to give it a bit more form as it goes around. Now this end bit here, let's think how that's going to be defined. So 1, 2, 3. So we could have 1, 2, 3, 4. That would work. So let's 1, 2, 3. We'll want a fourth one bang in the middle, and then maybe 1, 2, 3. Yes, so we could have quads right on the end here. In fact, this is far too pointy for our horse anyway. So let's just lift that up ever so slightly and pull it out as well. There we go. So that's a better shape for our horse, and let's pull this down as well, because horses aren't that pointy, I'm pretty sure. Okay, brilliant. So let's fill in this face first of all. There we go. In fact, that still looks like it's pinched ever so slightly. So I'm going to have to pull that one out, I think. And let's just move it in ZZ. Now, we need to change this down here to normal. And then we should be able to move ZZ. That'll pull it out from its position. That's a bit better. We'll do the same for this one. Move ZZ. Okay, I'm not going to delve too much into the details there because I could be here for a couple of hours modifying that. Okay, so I'm happy with the general shape there. So let's add the mane in. So we're going to apply a loop cut, and because we've done quads, it will run all the way around our model. Now remember, it's doubled, so it doesn't need to be too thick when going around here. Excellent, so we've got the loop running all the way around. Now, obviously the mane doesn't start at the horse's nose, but it does run all the way down its back. Excellent. So I'm going to, from that new geometry, if we hop over into shading, we can see that there isn't. Is there any extra geometry now clouding our model? I am going to change our lamp type here to a hemi, so it's more evenly lit. And just going around, I'm just making sure that the extra loop cut we've put in hasn't added another layer to it. So it has done down here. You can see it's got a little bit down the front. Well, this is the back of the horse, down the back here. But that's okay, because that's where our mane is going to be. Has it affected the front of our horse at all? Let's go in and have a look. A little bit. Yes, it has. So what we can do there is just twirl that around a little more. Let's start making our mane out of that. So we're going to hop back into edit mode. In solid view, hop back over into edit mode on our knight. Excellent. And let's go to view right. So we know, right, the mane does start there. And fortunately, we can just go around here and select these. Okay, so now that those are selected, we can extrude. Excellent. And I don't think that's going to be coming out in the right not really. That doesn't look too great. So let's just undo that extrude. We want a global extrude just in the y-axis. So let's extrude that in the y-axis. That will pull it out. It doesn't need to be too far back. I like that. And finally, it will probably taper in naturally at the top. Well, it looks a bit horrible at the top. We'll move that in a moment. This bottom bit here, however, I'm going to switch to edge mode on our snapping. Zoom into this area. Make sure that it merges vertices. And select this edge just here. And I'm going to just grab it freeform and literally pop it on top of this one here. If it will snap, why is it not snapping? Oh, we don't want it on edge, we want it on vertex. I do apologize, because then I can snap it right to that one there. And I believe the number of vertices is currently 93. If I move it and snap it on top of that, it should be 91. Brilliant. So that's the main gone in. And we can, now we do need to just move, whilst we're down here, move these two faces, grab them and pull them in ever so slightly. That's better. Otherwise this main is a bit, well, it doesn't matter if it goes too thin in places, as long as it's in the right place. Oh, we've still got snapping turned on. Let's turn that off. Excellent. So let's, don't want it too wide, but also not too narrow. And then finally this top bit, it is a bit of a mess. Let's just pull it up. And we certainly, I don't know. Certainly probably don't want it looking like that chevron back there. So simple way of doing that is to grab this edge here and just move it forward so it's the appropriate way around. And let's have a look at that running round. That looks good to me. So finally, adding a couple of ears. I do want to add a couple of ears to our model. And there's a couple of ways that we can do this, but keeping in the spirit of loops, I will use loop cuts to add it rather than subdividing, since that will ruin our geometry. Question is, where does an ear go? So let's head on over to the view where we can see an ear. It looks like it's coming from somewhere around this area here. That's great, we can work on that. So let's put a loop cut in either here or here. There will do, and I'll move that up ever so slightly. Brilliant. So now that we've got that area there, we can grab one of these faces. I'm going to zoom in and move around ever so slightly. The ear's going to come from this face here. I am going to inset ever so slightly. You can do this in a number of ways. And then I'm just going to pull that out. Let's see how that looks. Oh, that looks like a very angry horse. I wouldn't want to mess with that. I'm just going to go into kind of a freeform mode here and see how that works out. It looks a bit more friendly now that the ears... Let's make them a bit longer. And again, you can adjust these to your heart's content. I think I might leave them there for the moment, kind of stuck back, ready to fight. Well, it is a knight in a war game that is chess, so that is brilliant. Let's have a look how it looks over in rendered mode. Yeah, I'm liking that. Brilliant. How did you guys get on? I hope you could spend a bit more time on the model than I can when I'm teaching you guys. I'd really like to see what you've got up to. Please share your nights in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome back. This is going to be a quick modelling challenge for you. We're going to create the rook. Now you've got all the skills necessary to go ahead and do this straight away. So start the rook from the low-poly chess piece base we made earlier, and remember to use your reference material for a rough scale and shape guide. So go pause the video now and give that a go. Okay, welcome back. Let's go create our rook. So over in Blender, we've got our low-poly chess piece base. The first thing I'm going to do is save it as a new file. So file, save as. Am I in the right place? Yes, I am. And call it low-poly rook, or C-rook, as I appear to have done there. And save the Blender file. Right, and rename it over on the side before I forget to do that as well in the outliner. So we've got low-poly rook. And of course, one thing I keep forgetting to do, and I should have done it from the first point, is the lamp type here. I'm just going to set to Hemi so that we can see when we flip into rendered mode all around our object without it being horrible. Brilliant. Okay, so let's start making our rook. We need to use the reference material. So in the properties pane here, let's go and open up our Staunton rook. Excellent. Just view it from the left, right, front, it doesn't matter. Okay, not there, opacity, turn that up. Okay, brilliant. So let's start modelling the rook itself. And as we can see, I didn't sort that out. I know we came across that before, but I didn't sort that out last time. I can see here that it's slightly off of the ground. I'll have to check our knight in a bit and see whether that's also been affected by this as well. So let's position the 3D cursor. That will automatically snap it to the base there. Go to the 3D cursor on the properties and set the X and Y to 0. In object mode, set the origin of our object to the base. Origin to 3D cursor. Here we go. Brilliant. And now we can move the object itself so Z equals 0. Brilliant. So let's flip back round into the front view, start grabbing some edges and moving them about. That image looks a little high actually, so I'm just going to bear that in mind as I'm making the model rather than moving the image. Hop into edit mode, select the top couple of edge loops here, and I'm just going to move them up to roughly the right place. This one here could do with moving up as well. Okay, and perhaps a little bit of a wider bit just here. There we go. Right, so this bit along here, I pretty much can grab this bit here and move it all the way up to the base here. Let's pull up a little bit more and then extrude. It is locked in the Z-axis at the moment, so that's brilliant. I need a little bit to chamfer it up there, and then the top bit. And we need space with the castlements, but I'll add those in a moment with an inset. Brilliant. So we just need to make these two edge loops here and here. Let's just scale them out. With not Z, so it's just going outwards. I'm going to do that by eye since the picture's wonky. That's great. So let's move out of this view here. This top bit here, we can select the face. We can inset the face with the I key, and that looks about right. Now we're going to select every other one of these for the castlements along the top. Now, if we just try and grab those and move them up, the whole top moves. So that's not going to be any good. So let's escape out of that. What we can do, however, is extrude by nothing. So if we extrude and just press enter, let's put a face on top of the face, but that's exactly what we want, because now when we grab that new face and pull it up, we get our castlements, and I'll lock it in the Z-axis. And the final thing I want to do here is just push this bit down. And again, if you just grab it and push it down, well, that's kind of funky. I don't know whether I like that or not. But I'm not going to go for that. I'm literally going to extrude down from here. And not too far, but enough. And let's hop straight on over into rendered mode, see what it looks like. Oh, I like that. Brilliant. How did yours look? Please share in the discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome back to another quick modelling challenge, and that is our king. So I'd like you to go ahead and create the king. I suggest in this case using the queen as a starting point, because we're almost there with it. We just need to change, perhaps put a cross on the, I want to say hat, it's a crown, isn't it, on the king itself. And maybe not so spiky, so you might want to remove the spikes. It's entirely up to you how you make this king itself. So to make the king the right size by our specifications, a base size of 4 to 4.5, so we're going to be scaling the entire model, by 1.125. Now you may have to reposition the model on the XY plane should you do this scale, because it's likely to scale beneath it. And finally, and alluding to the points made earlier, make the king your own and have fun whilst you're doing it. The suggestion I'm going to put forward in a few moments is just my way of doing things, and you'll have your own. There's no right or wrong. Try and keep it in style with the rest of your pieces as well. Remember, we've got an entire board of pieces here, and it's great if they kind of match up and look like they're part of one set. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's go and create our king over in Blender. So we're back over in Blender with our queen. I've opened up the low poly queen. So to make sure that I don't actually muck around with this model, I'm going to go straight away and go File, Save As, and change the low poly queen to low poly king. And of course, making sure we change the name in the outliner as well, so our mesh has the right name. Brilliant. Okay, so now let's have a look at some reference material. So let's zoom around to one of the angles, and obviously we've got the queen on show here. Let's go and change the reference image to a king. Excellent. So we can see that the king is naturally bigger anyway, and it's got a slightly different sort of crown on top. So I want to keep the base relatively the same. In fact, we could just stretch the entire model up to be the right height. So let's go round to the, let's do the scaling right now. Let's just scale the entire model itself. So first of all, the origin's on the base. That's great. So if we select our entire model in object mode and scale it by 1.125, let's do that straight away. And it's still on the base. Brilliant. Let's hop back over into the front view and see how that lines up. Oh, that's almost perfect. So we can do a tiny bit of adjustment. I'm going to leave the base how it is because I really do want it to be a chunkier object than the rest, since it is the most important one on the board. Over in edit mode, however, I'm going to make this crown certainly more in line with our model. So it's got a bigger top to it. So I'm going to grab these three edge, I'm going to grab most of those bits of edge loops and just bring them down to there. Okay, so now we've got that basis there. We've got the top of our king. Well, we've got a couple of options here as to what we do. We can go through and turn on limit selection or turn it off, limit selection to invisible. We've got a couple of options here as to how we go about either removing the geometry that's here or in fact working with what's here. So taking that into account, what I'm going to do is I think it's actually going to be easier deleting everything and starting the top bit afresh. So I'm going to go onto border select and highlight the bits that I want to remove. And in fact, because I've broken edge loops around here with the n-gons, I'm going to select a bit further than that. I'm going to come right down to here and delete. Oh, we've still got some other stuff selected. Good job, I spotted that. So let's try that third time lucky. And we're going to delete the vertices so these vertical edges also go. So we've got a great starting point here. We're going to go from here and it's going to branch up on the z-axis to about there. And then it's going to come back in to our little squashed ball on top. Brilliant. So now we've got that, we can scale this edge loop out to make the top of our king. Brilliant. And this one's going to be scaled in quite a lot. So let's just scale that one all the way in, almost to nothing. But we'll sort that out when we place this little ball on top. So let's place the 3D cursor roughly around where we want it, which is there, and then change its position so X and Y both equal 0. Perfect. So now we're going to add a UV sphere of the same number of segments as before. So we're going to add a mesh, a UV sphere. It does actually need to be a separate object, so we'll go ahead and make it a separate object in a moment. So we're going to have 8 segments and 4 of those. Brilliant. So what we need to do here, just to make sure that it matches up, is separate it by selection whilst it's still selected. And I'm not going to bother renaming it because we can simply, we're going to merge it back in a few moments anyway. So let's scale that in so it's approximately the right size. So it's because we built it as a new mesh object within our current object, it's added it, and the origin for it's way down at the bottom of the screen, which is no good. However, we don't need to redo the origin in this case. What we can do is change the pivot points. So next to the viewport shading, we've got a box here. So we can actually change the pivot point to the 3D cursor, which is brilliant in our case because that saves us a load of faffing about moving something that's only temporary. So I'm going to scale that in so it's approximately the right size. I'm then going to scale it again, but this time only on the Z-axis, so I'll be squishing it a bit flatter. There we go. So that's got the shape, and I'm again going to scale it, but this time excluding, to just make that a bit wider for the base of our king itself. And now I'm just going to combine the two together with a Boolean operation, and I'm going to make it a union and with the king itself. There we go. That's done once we've clicked apply. Now, one of these we want and one of them we don't want. So we don't want the low poly king 001, which is the one we've just created. And now we've got the rest of our model on top here. And we've got a cross on top of our king here. Now, I'm going to make my cross a little more rudimentary than the one we've got here, just to save me a bit of time. And also, I don't want it too complex, because if I make it too complex, it won't be in keeping with the rest of our model. So I'm going to hop back over into edit mode and select these faces running around. Oh, let's turn visible off again. Select these faces running around here. I'm literally just going to pull that up to give us something to work with. Excellent. Let's zoom out and check that for proportions. Let's zoom back round to the front. I don't know why I'm saying zoom. Perhaps I mean whiz. Okay, so we've got that now, and I'm going to make a slightly different type of cross, I think, on mine. I'm going to use that as the ins and outs bit. We need a pivot point in the middle, and we can do that with a loop cut. So if we decide where the loop cuts are going, in fact, I'm going to make this vertical to begin with. So let's put a loop cut in and pull it down to about here, and then scale that back in itself. So we've still got this sort of dome shape. Now I want this and this one here to kind of just make a straight line for the moment. So I'm going to select that top edge loop and go and scale it. Do it by eye instead. That would be absolutely fine. There we go. So we've got our model here, and it's just a matter of putting a couple of loop cuts in. In fact, I should have put 2 in at the same time whilst I'm working on it. Do I want 3 or 2 or even 4? Probably 4 to keep the shape that I want. Again, I don't want to be too detailed, but at the same time, I don't want to lose too much either. So let's pull this one out slightly to make one bit of the cross, and we only want to scale it on the XY axis. So that's that bit there. In fact, we could scale this bottom one and the top one at the same time. That would help us massively if I can get the right edge loops selected. In fact, if I hold down the right button, it helps as well. Okay, so we're going to scale that on with not on the Z axis and pull those out there. I'm going to add another loop cut just at the top if I can, if it's going to let me. Sometimes it can be a bit fiddly to try and get the right place. So let's undo those bits there. I'm happy with this bit sticking out here. So we just want the cross coming out basically from this center point, or these center points here. So let's select this face here and these faces here. They are opposite one another. Yes, they are. And let's just grab them and pull them about. Well, we need to change the pivot points, not around there, but its individual origins. Then I'll be able to pull that area out, which is perfect. I don't want to do it too far. Excellent. Now, this, we're going to have to add another edge loop in around here and scale that out. And probably another edge loop at the top. Lift it up a little and scale that out. So kind of like that. And then finally, these edges here and here. No, I do want to just do the top ones separately from the bottom ones. So let's grab those, and I'm going to move them by eye and take a note of the number. So that looks roughly right, and that's about -0.8. Oh, no, it's not. 0.08 perhaps. There we go. And this one will be plus. So let's go around our model. So there's a lot of experimentation to be done when you're making a model, especially when you're not quite sure how you want it to look. And let's move that in the Z-axis again by this time 0.08 again. Okay, so I quite like that, actually. It's been accidental. I didn't mean to make these two things at the top, but it's turned out okay at the end. Let's have a look at it in rendered mode. And the other question I have is, do I want this cross on the top any bigger? In this case, no, I'm quite happy with that. I'd love to see what you guys came up with your king. So please share in the discussions. I'm going to make sure I save this now. Please share in those discussions, and I will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to setting up a camera for rendering. In this video, we're going to be learning about the camera placement. They are a directional object, so a camera has a front to it, and that's the bit we look through. We're going to overview the camera settings themselves, and you can have more than one camera in the scene, but only one active camera, and that's the one that you'll be rendering from, and I'll show you how to switch between those as well. So let's hop over into Blender. Okay, so over in Blender, I've opened up our chess scene that we've been working on. I'm first of all going to unhide the pieces and the camera because it was hidden over here. So I'm going to hold down Control as I click the little eye in the outliner, making sure that everything beneath the hierarchy is also unhidden. We'll add our pieces in a moment, but let's play with the camera. First of all, where is it? So let's click on Camera. And here it is. It's tiny in our world space because our chessboard's quite huge. So we've got a couple of design decisions. Once the board is made, we can always scale it down. I think it's a factor of 10 too large at the moment. Or alternatively, we can play with it at this range. And I'm going to play with it at this size and this scale because it's going to highlight some of the issues you may have if you are rendering certain size objects. So the first thing we're going to do is see what the camera is currently seeing. There's a couple of ways of doing that, but the easiest one is to go down to View, and we've got an option here for camera, and it's numpad 0. I don't have my number-pad attached, so I'm going to use the menu system at the moment. So when we click that, that's what our camera is currently seeing. The rest of the grayed out area we cannot see at all. Now when moving the camera about, you can literally use the G key, like you would do any other time. It looks like we've got incremental snapping turned on. Yep, we have. I'm just going to turn snapping off for the moment so we can move about. Now you can have more control obviously by constraining to the X, Y and Z axis. Now what will happen when you're using the X, Y and Z is it will lift it up and down globally, but sometimes it's much more intuitive to switch to a local. So if we press Z again, oh, where's it gone? Well, that enables us to zoom in and out. Oh, there's something funny happening there. Ah, that's interesting. The camera seems to have a clipping range, and we'll go into the camera options in a moment and play about with that as well. So we can set the camera forward and back, as we can see there. If we use X, oh, not to delete the camera, let's move it first on X. Well, that's the global X, and then we can go X on the camera itself and move it from left to right, and locally Y will be up and down as well. This is great using the constraints, the local constraints, when you want to rotate the camera. So when you press R to rotate, we get this kind of feeling a bit giddy. Great for those more action shots, I suppose. But if we go Z and then Z again, sorry, just Z once in this case, it will pan around like this. This isn't panning, this is actually rotating. Panning is moving across the scene like this. So there's lots of things you can do in order to set up quite a dynamic scene, and you can move the camera up and down and until you get to a place where you can see the whole board. So I'm going to do that now, and we can see most of the board in this situation, and I'm just going to move it across. There we go. I'm happy with that, apart from the fact that I can't see what's going on. So, what's going on there? So, with the camera selected, in the Properties pane, there's also a camera icon, and here it is. I'm going to make this bit bigger so we can see what's going on. So, there's quite a few options here. There's Perspective View, which is on by default. We can set it to Orthographic, which is great if you're rendering up drawings for someone, but it's not going to look very realistic if you set it to Orthographic. And panoramic as well. Then we got the focal length of the camera, so that changes the focal length. The lower that number, the more wide angle your view is going to be, and it's set to millimeters at the moment. So the next option down is Shift, which shifts the camera, pans it across essentially from its default position, and Y will do up and down. A great way of altering that. I'm going to set that back to 0. Clipping. Now this is when the start of the clipping is how close will it actually show you your object. So if you're really close to something, you may get clipping issues right from the very beginning of your model, so we zoom in too far. Now the end clipping, that's what's causing this issue here, and if we move that higher or lower, you can eventually fill up the entire board in the camera view, and that's fine. At this particular camera distance from it, at 132-ish, it's absolutely fine. Camera, there's a little drop down here, and camera presets, that's quite cool. You can switch between real life cameras, so that's a great way of, if you're taking real footage and adding your rendering on top of it later on, we'll get to things like that, you can match your camera that you've just used. Brilliant. And finally, depth of field. Well, that's how you can keep one of your objects in focus and blur out the rest of the scene. We're not going to go for anything like that at the moment. We just want to render up our scene and see what it looks like. Now, because this is the active camera, we can have more than one in a scene. We can see what the rendering looks like straight away by going up to Render and hitting Render Image. And it will render the view we've currently got. And the shortcut for that is F12. When we do that, we see we've got this image here. Now, to change the settings of the render itself, that's over in the properties with something that also looks like a camera on the far left. And if we click on that, we've got the couple of options, including a button to render anyway. Now, further down here, there are loads and loads of options, and we're not going to go into detail at the moment. Suffice to say, one of the most important ones is this resolution, which is the resolution of the output image, and usually it's set to default to 50%. Now, the issue with it being set to 50% is indeed 50% of that there. So if you wanted a 1080p, a high-def image, you'd have to whack that up to 100% before hitting the render button here, F12, or up on the info header, up on the info header, render image. And then we get a much cleaner and crisp image as well. But it does take longer. In fact, it takes about 4 times longer to do the difference between there. Now, there are further options further down. The performance one is one of the big ones for people. Playing about with these settings can improve, and that is per computer basis, depending on how many cores you have. And we're in Blender Render at the moment, so we're only using the CPU for rendering. Then finally, our output folder. Now, this is quite important because at the moment it's in a temporary folder, but you can set that to somewhere else. So as you generate your images, you can have an output folder for them as you do. And this is great because we can go to a PNG, and later on we'll set this up for when we're rendering animations as well, because it essentially will create a video for us. So let's hop over and create another camera real quick. So because we've done a rendering, we're now in the picture view. So we're going to have to change ourselves back to the 3D view. Excellent. Okay, so we've got our camera, and it's actually way out here in our scene. So I'm just going to duplicate that camera and put another one over here. Now, if we go to view camera again, you will see that we're still on that original camera and not our new one. But because our new camera is selected, what we can do is view, cameras, and then set active object as camera. And when we do that, this is the camera that we're now looking through. And of course, we're not looking at anything yet because I plonked it somewhere random in our scene. So if I go and grab this new camera, I'm going to actually move away. So the moment you move away, you're no longer in the camera view. I'm going to lift it up so it's above our board. Then I'm going to go view camera again. Excellent. I'm going to rotate that around its own Z axis. So we're looking at it from there, and I'm going to move it out ever so slightly so we can see more of the board. Brilliant. And now when we go render image, it's the active camera that we render from, so that we can render it from that side. And if we select the other camera, go view, let's switch back into 3D view, go view, cameras, set active camera, and again, numpad 0 if you've got that. And then when we go to render again, we get our, that's the same view. If I clicked on the wrong camera, probably. So let's go back to 3D view, select that camera, go to view, cameras, set active object as camera, so control and numpad 0, then you can go, I want to say file, then you can go render, render image, And there we go. So Control and numpad 0 will switch to your new camera. And you could do great things with this later on. If you want an object to look at another object, when we get to our characters, etc. later on, you can set up a camera within or just in front of the person's face. So when you're actually doing your animations and things like that, or even your stills, you can guarantee that your model is looking at another object in your scene or something like that, because that's what you're seeing through their eyes, so to speak. Okay, so it's challenge time. I would like you to finish off the board and render it. So you will need to append all of our pieces into the scene, the ones that we've got left to do. Duplicate the white pieces to create the black pieces, and you'll need to change the material so it's a black piece again. And then set up the scene itself to be more interesting than just a starting pose. Finally, remember to share your render in the discussions so I can see how you guys have gotten on. Pause the video now and give that a go. Okay guys, welcome back. Let's finish off this board and render it. So back over in Blender, let's go and add our necessary pieces. So I'm struggling to move my board about for some bizarre reason. I think I need to reset my view to the current object. View selected, that'll do. Yes, that sometimes happens if you zoom too far in or out. I'm glad it happened so I could show you it does happen from time to time. So we need to bring in some models. So let's go and append our... We have brought in our bishop, so we don't need that. Let's do the king, object, king. And I'm just going to go through and do every other one really quickly. Knight, object, knight. Then into append, back out of here. Queen. Where are we here? Object, queen. Append, rook, object, rook. Brilliant. So we've got all our pieces on top of one another. Let's turn snapping to increments on, since we're dealing with real world scale, and we can literally just move that guy over here. I'm going to turn face snapping on. So I can move him and put him in the right place. Brilliant. In fact, I do want increment turned on, and I'll just constrain the movement itself to the XY plane, and then I can place it exactly in the middle. Let's grab the next one. It's the king. So the white queen is on the white square, so he'll be over here. So let's grab it, constrain it to the Z, and put him there. I think I'm going to have the knight next. Well, let's grab him and constrain him to the Z axis and put him there. Who have we got now? We've got the queen. Excellent. So again, let's move her to there. Brilliant. So we just want to duplicate linked our rook and our knight. Now they look slightly different colours. I am a little... Oh, the rook is in completely the wrong place. I am a little concerned that the normals may be around the wrong way on those particular models. I'm not sure if they are or not. And it looks like these are now floating. So I'm just going to delete those and do them again. Because when I moved them, I didn't constrain it to the... Oh, let's duplicate it. Linked. Duplicate linked, then move the new one over here. Perfect. And do the same with our rook. Excellent. So those are all those pieces there. I do want to just go into the mesh objects themselves. Just go into this one here, edit it, select everything within the mesh itself, and then we're going to go Control N just to make sure the normals are the right way around. And we'll do the same to the rook itself. It may be that they've not got the white material applied to them as well. So let's go and check that out. No, they don't. So white square. Okay. None of these appear to have a white material on them yet. So it might be worthwhile doing that now. Let's call this material white piece. Excellent, and let's make it quite specular. I want my pieces to be shiny. and as white as it can be. There we go. That's that set up. Now here we can use this drop down and apply white piece, and it applies across. I'm just going to do the same to all of the pieces now whilst I'm thinking about it. White piece, and then the pawn at the front as well. Setting that to white piece will do them all because they're all linked. So that's our board basically set up. We've got a bit of organisation to do in the hierarchy, so let's do that now. Let's put all of these. I'm going to create a layer of hierarchy just to keep things organised themselves. So I'm going to add an empty and call it knights, so I can keep them just a plain axis and call them knights, white. Just realise if I'm going to duplicate this, I'm going to have to do a lot of renaming. May not do for the purposes of this exercise, so I'm going to put the white knights in there, and then the white knight in the white pieces. The low-poly king can go in, the low-poly queen can go in, the rook themselves, because it's implied by white pieces itself, so if anything in here says white, it can be truncated to just bishops, knights, plural, and pawns. They're absolutely fine. It's implicit that they're white because they're under the white pieces. I'm just going to join the rooks together as well. So let's add, let's use the right shortcut, add a empty, called plain axis. It'd have been nice for it to be over the rook itself. So let's do that again. Empty, plain axis, and call it rooks. And put those under rooks, and put rooks under white pieces, and then we've got a nice tidy hierarchy here. So we've got our lighting and our white pieces. So then we should be able to select all of our objects underneath by holding down Control and clicking the little mesh icon there, the little empty icon. And now I should be able to, I don't want to duplicate linked. I actually want to do a separate duplication at this point. And there we go. We've got our other pieces. And I'm going to constrain it to the XY plane and plop them there. Obviously, they're round the wrong way at the moment, so we can rotate on the Z axis by 180. And they've moved round. And we need to bring them forward again and probably move them across so they're in the right position. Excellent. And white piece is 0, 1, so we'll call this black pieces. Excellent. So white pieces, black pieces, and we just need to colour them in the appropriate colour. So them being that as they are, we need to create a new material. So let's bring the properties pane back up so we can see it. I'm going to create a new material, going to call it, so new, going to call it black pieces. Excellent, and I'm going to set the colour to black, unsurprisingly. I'm still going to give it a lot of specularity, so it's got a nice sheen to it. So 100% on both. I'm not sure, obviously we may edit this in the render in a moment. So we've got those there, and finally let's apply that to our models. Oh, I don't mean to grab that. So we've got this here, black pieces, excellent. This one here. It looks like it's still got the white piece applied to it, so let's remove that, and we've got the black piece there done. And here, let's remove that material and add black pieces, and do the same on the rest of our models here. Apply black pieces here, remove that material, and apply black pieces. And 2 more models to go. It's no longer a white king, it's a black king. And our final thing here is to make the queen black as well. So there we go, that's all that roughed out. Let's see how it looks in rendered mode. So let's go and view it from the camera. So we've got our angle right, that's absolutely fine, and render our image. Wow, excellent. So let's zoom in there, see how that looks. I really like that. That's absolutely brilliant. That's turned out wonderful. Couple of things that I could do here is move the pieces about. I'll leave you to do that because I'm running rapidly out of time. And of course, the king and queen on the black side are currently on the wrong squares as well. I'd love to see your renders in the discussions. Please share, and I will see you in the next lecture.
Welcome back, it's Ben Tristan with you. I'm going to be talking about exporting your model. So in this video, we will tidy our folders for future access, export our models as an FBX file, import the .fbx into both Unreal and Unity game engines. Don't worry, you don't need either of those installed, I just want you to see the process. And then I'll be briefly talking about opening Blender models in Unity 5 and about exporting textures and materials. So firstly, this is the folder structure. It's a very real folder structure that Michael's ended up with, and I just want to talk through how we may think about organizing this for the future. So firstly, we have a couple of things here, the diffuse shader example and this brick cube blend that were used in the production, but we don't need now. I think a good practice is, as Michael has already started, to put those in an archive folder. Next up, we have a couple of renders. These are image renders of the actual scene. It would make sense perhaps to put that in a folder called renders. It's entirely up to you, but the concept is that we are just tidy with our files. This is your section assets, especially for the course. So then we should be left with 6 different pieces in chess. The bishop, the base can go into the archive, the king, the knight, the queen, and the queen Mark II. So I'm going to archive the first version of the queen, so we're clear on what the current version is. And the rook, we're just missing the pawn, which is probably in the archive. Here it is. Fantastic. So now at the top level, we have the scene, and then a load of things that are collectively the pieces. So I'm just going to make pieces before append. Now these are the pieces before they were appended into the main chess scene. Any changes that have been made to these pieces inside the chess scene.blend file will not be propagated into the chess scene. Okay, so just understand that these pieces exist in 2 places in the hierarchy of the chess scene blend file, but they also exist as individual pieces here. These are very helpful for importing into things like Unity. So let's look at that now. Let's go to, for example, the bishop, as that's the first one in the list. Here's the bishop. Now note on your bishop that you had a cube here that we hid because we used it for shaping the head of the pawn of the bishop. So what we need to do is when we export this as an FBX file, I want to show you what happens in Unity. So I'm just going to put this in my downloads, and then I'm going to go over to Unity, which you don't need installed. I just want to show you what happens. Some of the things that you may find when you're working with a game designer actually turn up happening. They may say, oh, I like the bishop, but it's got this big thing sticking out of it and there are no materials on it. So materials won't come across, I'm afraid, not your textures anyway. You may get the base color come across from Blender, but you won't have the actual textures, like the wood texture. And the other thing is this cube is still here as a sub-object of the bishop. Now I can just delete it in Unity and it's gone, but of course if we were to re-import that model it would come back. So your options as a Blender artist are to delete it here, but then you may want to keep this for future purposes. Or just communicate with the Unity developer and say, hey, there's going to be this extra cube, just delete it and create yourself a new, well, it's not up to you to tell them what to do, but they would do something like create a new prefab. It doesn't matter, those are Unity details. But the point is that they can safely modify it as long as they understand what's going on. It's hidden inside Blender, but it's still an object when it's exported as an FBX. And the same thing would happen if we opened this as a .blend file in Unity. We'd have exactly the same issue. All right. Now, I just want to show you a different engine, which is the Unreal engine. Let's just import the same piece into the Unreal engine. So if I just import over here, the bishop. One of the things with Unreal is the scale is very different. So when I import using the default import settings, which I actually don't want to use, I would probably want to set this to 0.01. But if I use the default settings, then the bishop will be very large in Unreal, towering into the sky. And of course, it will still have this issue with the cube sub-element in it. Again, you may need to do a special export for people deleting that element because hiding it won't do. All right, so the take home from Blender is that these hidden elements like cubes will appear in the FBX and you may need to either delete them or communicate with the person you're handing it to make sure that they understand how to handle that. Great. So another thing to tell you is you can open .blend files directly in Unity. If you're using Unity, you would know that, and that works just fine. You can end up with a rotation issue with simple models. So let me just show you that so that you're aware. If we take a simple model like a Blender pawn, for example, just let it open, or a rook, There it is, there's a rook. Now this rook has a single mesh, there's only one mesh object in the hierarchy. This is when we get a problem with Unity. Let me show you what happens if I directly open this rook in Unity now, okay? So I go to Import New Asset, I go find the rook, pop it into Unity, and into the scene. Now there it is, and it looks like it's okay in the scene. The warning sign in Unity is that the rotation has come with a -90 on the X. Now look what happens. This is a sort of weird bug you may have reported. I'm just going to pop a light into my scene because it's rather dark. That's better. Now, when I try and rotate my rook around the X-axis, it's all fine. X is the red axis in Unity. When I try and rotate it around the Y-axis, it's all fine. But look at this. When I try and rotate around the Z-axis, it behaves the same as if I was rotating around the Y. That will cause a lot of problems, okay? There's a simple way to solve that, two simple ways to solve that from Blender. One is to give your game designer an FBX. If I exported this as an FBX, as we did before with default settings, it will be fine. Another way to solve this is, if you want to work with the Blender workflow, is actually to add yourself, in object mode, a empty plain axis, and that just sits down here at the origin inside the rook file. If I then save that, so here's the rook, having saved it with this axis, let's pop that into Unity. Now it looks upright in the preview, and when I put it in the scene, we don't have this funny rotation in X, and all the rotations behave properly. Okay, so there's a useful tip for you in Blender. If you've only got a single mesh, this only happens, this bug, with single meshes. When you have more than one mesh, like the rook, like the bishop, this doesn't happen. Just put a plain axis in, and that will solve the problem. You can work directly in Unity with a blend file then. So the final thing to say is, as I briefly mentioned before, is the materials don't get carried across. So if we were to look at the full chess scene here and bring that into Unity, it's going to take a while to import because it's a much bigger model than some of the other models. I'm going to delete the rooks in the scene and pop the chessboard in. All looks good in Unity, but it's all flat. You see there's no textures on the side of the board here, no wood texture, and the subject of actually what we call UV unwrapping your model over in Blender, your full chess scene model, and exporting those textures is something we'll cover in a couple of sections time because it's a little more complicated. So I hope that's been useful, giving you some experience of how these things are going to end up in other packages. Remember, generally use FBX with default settings. That will be fine. If you are going to use Unity to open Blender files directly, put a plain axis into any model where you've got a single mesh, and that will solve your rotation issues. And yeah, see you soon.
Congratulations guys, you've got a wonderful chess set all made up there. Now we had some learnings not only with Blender itself but with keeping things lean as we go. And what were those major learnings, Ben?
Well, when we got to the first piece that had this geometric issue, this fact that the quad or your piece of geometry was not flat, right?
Yes,
it had a non-planar piece of geometry.
Yeah, and when we rendered it up, it looked horrible. And
it looked really weird, and it created all those triangles.
Yeah.
And we found out about that because we rendered. So we found out about it because we took it to the end result, i.e. the rendered final result. And we didn't find out about it until we did that. So this is the whole point of taking your model all the way to the final result, because you don't know what sort of unexpected things like that you're going to come across. Now, it just so happens, either through good course design or through pure chance, I'll leave it to you to decide, that first happened when we got to a piece that had that geometry. So the important thing is keep testing the whole process all the way through.
Yes, and we've learned lots in this section that we're going to be able to apply in the next one as well. So take care, guys. You've been brilliant up to this point. Remember to share in the discussions, and we'll see you in the next section.
See you soon, guys.